my God, I feel too high on this stage. Maybe you should come down. Yeah, a very good day to everyone. Thanks so much for coming and joining this side event. Can we make sure interpretation is working okay for everybody? Yeah? Great. Okay, so in that case, yeah, maybe the people coming in, then we can close the door so we don't disturb maybe the other room as well. There is another side event going on next to us. So yeah. Yes. You cannot hear in Spanish? Or maybe it's the channel. So, it's okay? Great. Yeah, so thanks so much for coming and joining us. We are really, is a side event to explore some of the aspects of Target 3. Those of you who were in Montreal two years ago in the negotiations of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework may remember that Target 3 was quite a contested target, and it took a long hours of negotiations. So we are going to address some specific aspects of that target. So we're also going to introduce a project called the Conservation Pathway Project. And then we have a panel discussion with presentations from four presenters. And then we also have an update from workshop on OECMs in Latin America and the Caribbean that took place recently. And then hopefully we'll have some time for discussion and question and answers and looking at potential next steps. So just to remind us of Target 3, of course, as you know, is a long target, quite complex, but we are going to focus especially on this line here, the one with the white text, which is that Target 3 is to be achieved through a system of protected areas and other affected area-based conservation measures, recognizing indigenous and traditional territories. So we look at these pathways towards achieving Target 3. However, we also have to recognize there are other important aspects of Target 3 related to human rights and equitable governance. So we have equitable governance here, as well as the whole of Target 3 is to be done and implemented recognizing and respecting the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities, including to their lands, territories, and resources. So all of it, all of the target has to take those rights into consideration. So the conservation pathway is a short-term project for the time being, for 2 years, to start exploring how can this aspect of Target 3 be addressed and implemented at the national and local level. And the exploration is to be done with the indigenous peoples and local communities who live there and who are addressing those issues, also with their national governments in terms of looking at the implications of existing laws and policies that are set up to achieve Target 3. So we start from the premise that that comes from a long-term advocacy and a lot of work that the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity and many other indigenous peoples and local communities networks have done in preparation for COP15 and especially at COP15. And it was to get a recognition that their traditional territories, indigenous and traditional territories, have already been contributing to conservation for millennia, but they've not been recognized. So that would be this pathway of indigenous and traditional territories. Is a new concept in the CBD because that was the first time that it was adopted in a COP decision. Then, of course, there is the conventional protected areas approach, and then the other affected areas conservation measures or in brief OECMs, which was adopted in Aichi Target 11 in the previous strategic plan for biodiversity 2011-2020. However, even OECMs really started to be elaborated and analyzed and addressed in depth only after 2015, so it's still a relatively new concept. This is also reflected on the CBD web page. So if you go to the biodiversity plan or the global biodiversity framework, in the explanation of the various targets, if you go into target 3, it also recognizes that the target indicates 3 approaches that may be employed to achieve the 30 by 30. So protected areas, OECMs, and indigenous and traditional territories. So the project that has been started with a number of indigenous and local indigenous peoples organizations is to seek recognition of and support for indigenous and traditional territories, both in terms of looking and analyzing the legal implications, what legal reforms need to happen in order to recognize them, but also hopefully through some technical, financial, and legal support that leads to recognition of rights as well as positive biodiversity outcomes. What this means in practice is that it will depend very much on the national circumstances, national laws and policies, and also the local circumstances. So there might not be a global, one answer that applies to every country and every locality. And that's the exercise is really to explore what this means in practice. So it's composed of three steps. Activity 1 is basically to raise awareness and capacity development on target 3 and the 3 pathways. This has taken place through a needs assessment. So it was a survey and interviews that were filled in by many indigenous peoples organizations, but also conservation organizations and some governments at the beginning of this year. So the report is just being put together, it's just been finalized. Then there has been some training material which has been developed. It's all been happening in the last few months, basically. So there is a brochure and various presentations, and then in-person awareness raising training. So there has been a number of training that have happened in 6 countries. The second one, which is basically from now for the next few months until the end of this year. So the first phase was in 6 countries, basically. This one, the second phase is in three countries, 3 indigenous people organizations are supported to develop their self-determined conservation strategy. So they really think through what target 3 means for themselves and devise how to get recognition of their contributions to target 3. And this will also include national workshops, including potential other participants besides indigenous peoples organizations. And the third activity, which will be the beginning of next year in 2025, is to have a seed grant to actually allow those 3 indigenous organizations to start to implement that local self-determined conservation strategy. This is only seed grants that will need complementary funding for the long-term implementation. So the project is being carried out in Colombia and Guyana in the Americas, in Cameroon and Republic of Congo in Africa, and in Thailand for Asia, but there is also the participation of the Asia Indigenous Peoples Pact, which is a regional body that coordinates indigenous peoples there. So we are very lucky to have today a number of representatives of the local implementation here, from Colombia, from the Coordinación Nacional de Territorio Indígenas, CNTI, from the South Rupununi District Council in Guyana, and then we have a representative from Impact from Thailand. Unfortunately, we don't have anybody from the Africa Indigenous People organizations, but we have a representative from the Liberian government who would like to provide some input on how that is being addressed in Liberia. Okay, so some of the brochures and material that have been produced in the last few months, as we were mentioning, one was a conservation pathway needs assessments, so addressing in details what are the needs at the local and national level to be able to contribute to the achievement of Target 3 and the recognition of indigenous and traditional territories. There is a brochure on the project itself, and there is a more general pamphlet on Target 3, which has been disseminated especially among the indigenous peoples and local communities who are participating at COP16. So if you want to download them or find out more, you can just get the QR code there. So with that, I would like to introduce the panelists. Maybe we'll start with Nitaya Erkana from the Intermountain Peoples Education and Culture in Thailand. And then once you finish the presentation, I mean, you can sit back there so you can see the other presentations, and then we'll have the panel at the end. Yeah?
I don't need it. I can stand here. Oh, sorry. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nitya. Nitya, her from an indigenous organization named Intermountain Peoples Education and Culture in Thailand Association, and I'm very happy to meet all of you here and to bring the issue from the ground for all of you to hear what happened and what the initiative of indigenous people we are done in our country. So I'm going to have a slide Okay, yeah. The slide, the presentation, the next one. So not this one, please. So they give me only 7 minutes, not count yet, right? Okay. So actually, I'm belong to Hmong indigenous group from the northern of Thailand, and also the mother of the 3 children, and. Yeah, to be the women to work on the conservation issue, right, is not really easy for us, but it is something that relevant to our life. No. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the initiative of our indigenous people in Thailand we have been done in relevance to the indigenous and traditional territories and to the Target 3. Yeah. So here is the overall picture about Thailand that you will see that the whole country, and here is the different color. Here is represent of indigenous people throughout the country where we live, and here's the picture showing about the green area, the forest area, where you can see that mostly are in the indigenous people we are located, and more than 45 indigenous people that are recognized outside that indigenous people. Actually, government they are still not recognize us as indigenous people, and you will see that the conservation and protected area there are now is not many in Thailand, like just only 41% in Thailand, but 27% are in the place that indigenous people we are living, and the government they are plan to increase the forest, the protected area also. And we can. So how can you imagine, no, that where they're going to increase the forest area? And the 27% are like covering the 3,000 indigenous people community already there, no? And so just talking about the initiative that our indigenous people we have been done throughout. There are many years that we have tried to practice our pathway. And I would say that we have another pathway quite relevant to the traditional and indigenous and traditional territories. So we have been done a lot on our traditional conservation. In our way, we use our traditional life, our knowledge to practice, and we have been practice for many years already. So you will see that this is a small indigenous village in the big forest. The big forest that have been increase a lot of biodiversity in the whole Tambon, in the whole sub-district area. But actually, is not really recognized by the government. They still blame us a lot that we are the cause for the destroying the forest like that. So this is you will see the biodiversity and our food security there. So actually in Thailand now we are based on the movement of indigenous people and also the network in Thailand. No? They are trying to initiate the indigenous protected areas in our country. So there are many places that there are initiatives to do about the indigenous protected in their own concept. No, they try to draw that what they really need, what they really want in their own community. It's not like just one of the framework and then you put in every community. You know, it depends on each community that it have to be alive with their own traditional and livelihood in the community. So in different villages, they may have their own different pathway to implement about the conservation of their own forest, and not only talking about the conservation of the forest, but it have to really went to their own livelihood. They can survive in the community, and how to bring back the young people to come back to their own community also. So these are the initiatives that have been done in country already. And throughout this project, no, we have now done a lot about the capacity building for the young people, because as you will see that the young people, most of them of course they are caring about the situation of their own community a lot, but not many of them can be survived in their own community. So we have to do a lot on the capacity building for them and raise awareness on the issue of the conservation. And then we have to we have done about the training on the concept of the target 3, you know. So we really hope that these young people can be the one who are convey this message to their own community, or be the one who are supported implement in their own community. And in the same time, throughout the why we are still working in the ground level, no, we also have to do the advocacy on the policy for the policy changing also, because as you know that Thailand, we have the government not recognize the indigenous people in Thailand. No? So they have a lot of law that limit our rights, especially to access to the natural resources. So we, together with the network of indigenous people in Thailand, we have to push this issue into the policy level, and we push one of the draft law called the protection and promotion of indigenous people livelihood in Thailand. So this draft law, no, we spent almost 10 years to draft and to make understanding with our people in Thailand, and finally it was accepted by the parliament to consideration in with the commission level. And just last month that we have done the process of the finalize the draft law, and we have proposed to the plenary already, and still debating in the plenary in the parliament level. And many of the people, they still debating a lot on the issue of the term of indigenous people. So we still really need to advocate about that issue. And here, I would say that we try to put the concept of the indigenous and traditional territories into one section of our draft law. So here, according to the addressing land and resource rights, we put like this section is called like indigenous protected areas, no? Because like each country, you may have your own concept, and here is this the indigenous protected area. So in this section, no, we are really encouraged to the government to recognize the initiative of our indigenous people, that what we have been done there, and you have to be like co-management, of course, support us. And the other issue is about the process of that how we're going to do the protected area here. No, we develop the framework there, the process, and the like who are able to involve in this or indigenous protected area, no? So the framework or many things that have been we have to draft together here, and we also like it's talking that the national law or policy that we not really want the traditional law or the policy and the law in the national level to be used in this community. It have to be like they have to have their own protocols, their own mechanism to implement the traditional territory in this area, no? So we really hope that throughout this process, our indigenous and traditional territory they can be like continue. And for Thailand context, no, we cannot talking about the autonomous or the to request for our the like 100% of the land rights, but we can work together. We have to work together with the government. So the concept of the home management that we have to bring to this work, that we have to work together with all the organization, all the local authorities that are there. And so this will be a process for the indigenous community that who are really want to involve in this indigenous protected area. They can apply to in this pathway, no? Yeah, and actually there are still like, as I would say that in Thailand, no, indigenous people, we are mostly of us located in the protected area. So in the three pathway, you can see that our protected area for us is impossible, like it's very difficult for us, limit our rights a lot. And OECM, for sure that is not aligned with us. Because mostly of us living in the protected area, so we cannot come to this OECM, no. So ITT would be one of the pathway that we really need, no. Let's see. Okay, so finish. Thank you, Ka.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, Nitaya. In fact, when we were saying that some of these issues depend very much on the national policies and laws, this is a real demonstration that is a very live issue. The draft bill is being debated in Parliament, and so what will be adopted there will have a direct impact on the implementation of Target 3. With that, we'll move on to another part of the world, to Guyana. So I'll ask Tushao Dani. Is a chief in the Wapichang community in the South Rupununi to tell us a little bit about their project there. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Tushao Daniel, chairman of the South Rupununi District Council, Guyana. I bring greetings from the Wapishana people of South Rupununi. The Wapishana people's right to our territory are only partially recognized by the government. Villages in Guyana can apply for title, for extension of title. Right now, many of our villages have titles, but these titles are only cover a portion of our territory. We have applied for extension of title to seek legal recognition over all our territories. But the process is very slow. For many years, we have been recording our customary governance of our land to show external actors that we are the best people to take care of our territory. In 2012, we completed our territorial management plan, which talks about customary laws and practices for different parts of our land and the resources that can be found there. We have recorded stories of our traditional knowledge holders knows about our land. This story shows that these lands are sacred to the Wapichan people. Our village has created cultural heritage policies that document our relationship with the land and how the relationship and our culture heritage must be respected. Our village also have created the government can meet its biodiversity commitment and respect our land rights at the same time. Target 3 offers ways of meeting the 30 by 30 goals in ways that respect our rights. For example, OECMs and ITTs are pathways that can properly recognize our customary governance, management of our territory, contributes to conservation of biodiversity. We are working with our communities to develop a Wapchan Headwater Conserve Area Plan. Part of our territory contains the headwater that's for several of the most important rivers in Guyana. This area is also forested and extremely biodiverse. Our management of this area in the eastern portion of our territory benefit Guyana and the whole region. Our traditional management practice are our own form of conservation. Our village has already agreed that this area should continue to be conserved for the benefit of our future generation. Formally recognizing our traditional and continuing management of this area could contribute to Guyana's 30 by 30 commitment, a win-win for everyone. We call on the government of Guyana to give us this title over the remaining portion of our territory so that we can be partners with the government in reaching its 30 by 30 target, and so that all people will recognize our authority to manage our land as we have always done. The Wapchan Conserve Headwaters area offer a unique contribution to global biodiversity and to Guyana's 30 by 30 target. The government should, without delay, issue title over these lands to the SRDC communities and begin the process of sustainable dialogue to design and develop a strong implementation plan for management of this area. This conserved area will offer a positive example of true indigenous-led conservation, which respect indigenous people's self-determination, land resources, and participation rights. Thank you very much. Let me just explain that again. It's time. I just wanted to explain the map. Oh, this is our title area, and this is our conserved Wapchana territory, and this is our Wapchan territory in southern Guyana. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chief. Now, there is also an organization in Colombia who has been doing a lot of work on indigenous territories. So I'd like to invite Mr. Camilo Niño Esquerno from CNTI to provide us with insights on how this has been addressed in Colombia. So this will be in Spanish for the English speakers. Well, let's see. I hope the interpretation will work all right. So we will try with interpretation.
Buenos días para todos, para todas. Yo quiero iniciar presentando, mi nombre es Camilo Niño, yo soy de la Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta y casi no se ve, pero venimos en representación de la Comisión Nacional de Territorios Indígenas, creo que hubo un error, no es coordinación, sino Comisión Nacional de Territorios Indígenas, donde es un espacio de diálogo entre pueblos indígenas y gobierno nacional para conversar, dialogar, impulsar, exigir la materialización de los derechos territoriales de los pueblos indígenas en Colombia. Y en el marco de eso venimos hoy en este escenario, la cual le doy la bienvenida a hermanos y hermanas que estamos luchando, exigiendo en diferentes espacios del mundo para que la materialización de los derechos territoriales fundamentales también se convierta en un derecho de los territorios indígenas, y eso me alegra que hoy nos una esa causa común. Por eso decimos que nosotros somos cuidadores de la vida en el territorio. ¿Puede avanzar en la otra, por favor? Yo quiero detenerme un poquito sobre este mapa. Lo primero es, Colombia tiene en este momento 988 resguardos indígenas, que es una figura de protección en Colombia, donde vivimos 115 pueblos indígenas, que estamos desde La Guajira hasta la Amazonía colombiana, desde el Pacífico hasta la Orinoquía colombiana. Y todo esto suma alrededor de 35 millones de hectáreas que están en figura de resguardos. Pero además, en el marco de lo que tiene que ver de la importancia ambiental, Colombia, del 100% de los bosques, el 49% están dentro de los territorios indígenas reconocidos. Es decir, estamos casi el 59% de los bosques, y aquí estamos hablando de los bosques húmedos tropicales y toda la función que cumple. Lo segundo, dentro de los ecosistemas que tenemos, existen ecosistemas de páramos, ecosistemas de desierto, ecosistemas de sabanas y, por supuesto, muchos lugares donde hay humedales. Esto sustenta un poco, entonces, que el fundamento de los pueblos indígenas es el territorio. Colombia hoy sigue en una deuda histórica, si bien ha habido un reconocimiento, aún existen territorios de importancia espiritual, de importancia cultural, para la permanencia, pervivencia de los pueblos indígenas, que no han sido protegidos, que no han sido reconocidos por el gobierno nacional. Y estamos hablando de 10 millones de hectáreas que aún se necesita reconocer y proteger, y que habemos pueblos indígenas en esos escenarios donde se están violando derechos fundamentales. Entonces, cuando empezamos, yo quiero que sigamos a la otra diapositiva y luego nos devolvemos ahorita, que es la violencia sociopolítica e inseguridad jurídica de los territorios indígenas. Sobre estos territorios, algo que ha caracterizado a los pueblos, que los sigue caracterizando y que seguirá siendo, va a ser la defensa de los territorios indígenas siempre. Eso es milenario y nosotros vamos a seguir avanzando. Sin embargo, esa defensa ha llevado a que exista hoy en Colombia también el mayor asesinato de los pueblos indígenas y defensores. Nosotros, como escenario nacional en Colombia en materia territorial, hemos registrado que desde los años 2021 al 2023, en solo 2 años, se han asesinado 311 líderes y lideresas indígenas, que están enmarcados aquellos que estamos defendiendo el territorio, y se está dando en zonas donde también existe la mayor deuda histórica de parte del gobierno nacional en el reconocimiento de los territorios. Estamos hablando, por ejemplo, de la Guajira colombiana, todo esto. Estamos hablando del Chocó biogeográfico, estamos hablando del Cauca, en gran parte del Cauca y de Nariño, y por supuesto el Putumayo. Esto tiene una relación directa entre a mayor inseguridad jurídica, a mayor desprotección del territorio, mayor son las violencias de los derechos humanos en los territorios. Y como dice el dicho, no soy yo, lo están diciendo las cifras que estamos registrando. Entonces, esto es importante tenerlo presente cuando estamos hablando de la protección de los territorios versus la protección de los derechos humanos. En Colombia, para los pueblos indígenas, el territorio es fundamental porque es el derecho principal de todos los derechos. Es decir, sin territorio los pueblos indígenas no pueden ejercer los otros derechos. Y estamos hablando del derecho propio, de la gobernanza, de la salud propia, de la educación, de la espiritualidad como eje fundamental de vida de los pueblos. Entonces, si el territorio está desprotegido, por lo tanto están poniendo en riesgo no solo de extinción física como lo vemos aquí, sino en extinción espiritual y cultural de los pueblos. Ahora devolvámonos otra vez al anterior. Los territorios indígenas, si aquí alcanzan a ver un poquito, hagamos, si podemos hacer un zoom, pero mentalmente. Están los territorios indígenas en la parte amarilla sobre estos territorios, que le decía que sumaban el 28% del territorio nacional. Sin embargo, cuando nosotros vemos la meta 3, que es la que nos trae hoy, los pueblos indígenas vemos una esperanza que las luchas históricas, milenarias de los pueblos se materialicen. Sin embargo, cuando uno ya ve la meta 3, que hablan de otras figuras o otras maneras de conservación basadas en áreas, vemos que nos mencionan tímidamente como territorios indígenas. Esto empieza a conjugarse, a crear conflictos de figuras que se traslapan en los territorios. Les pongo un ejemplo sobre donde yo soy. Yo vivo más o menos por aquí. Hasta hace 2 meses me enteré que todo el territorio de vida de mi pueblo y de otros pueblos hacían parte de la OMEC. Y yo estaba hablando en nombre de los pueblos indígenas. Y yo soy vocero a nivel nacional. Y yo me acabo de enterar que hay un reconocimiento de un OMEC sobre todo el territorio ancestral de la sierra. Si eso me está sucediendo a mí, que creo que tengo acceso a la información, imagínense los pueblos que están en los territorios que no tienen acceso a la información, que son áreas que no tienen interconexión, que son todas estas figuras, otras medidas efectivas de conservación están sobrepuestas sobre territorios indígenas. Primer desafío. El primer desafío tiene que ver entonces con acceder a la información, tener acceso a la información para tomar unas decisiones. Entonces, los reportes que hace el gobierno nacional sobre otras medidas efectivas de conservación, en el porcentaje de indicador internacional está súper bien y va a ir muy bien. Mientras los pueblos estamos hoy con un desafío es impulsar la categoría solo de territorios indígenas, porque es la categoría donde nosotros sentimos que se pueden conservar. Hemos dicho, a mayor seguridad jurídica, mayor conservación. Eso es muy importante, pero la seguridad jurídica tiene que verse más allá de una resolución, de un documento, porque tenemos hoy territorios que se reconocen a través de un documento, de un instrumento, de una resolución, de un instrumento normativo, pero que la seguridad social, los factores sociales, no le están permitiendo a los pueblos vivir dentro del territorio. Por eso la seguridad jurídica va más allá de un documento, va más allá del reconocimiento de una resolución. Tenemos muchos ejemplos. Pueblo Nucacmacú, por ejemplo, tienen reconocido un territorio, pero no pueden vivir ahí. Putumayo, tenemos ejemplo. Orinoquía, tenemos ejemplo. Hay muchos ejemplos donde decimos la seguridad jurídica va más allá de un documento. Entonces, nosotros vemos en la meta 3 la posibilidad de que se materialice la categoría de territorios indígenas, pero que a su vez esto sea vinculante realmente en la toma de decisiones. Con la meta 22 también se requiere que los sistemas de monitoreo propio de los pueblos también hagan reporte. Por eso cuando escuchamos que tienen que haber indicadores diferenciales reales de los pueblos para el reporte en el monitoreo. Es un poco lo que quería compartirle. El tiempo está muy corto, entonces pensé que iba como 2 minutos, pero gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Thanks a lot, Camilo. It was a very, very rich presentation with very concrete and serious matters to be addressed. With that, the time is really short, so we'll move on to the next presentation. So that's from Mr. Urias Gol, is a representative on the Liberian delegation. And I understand that you will give a brief introduction, and then we have also a participant, one of the chief that you're working with. So if you can introduce her too. Thanks.
Sure. You mind if I have a seat? Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Urias Gore, like he said. I'm a conservation practitioner, but I'm also a lawyer. The laws in Liberia and the process for creating protected areas has really advanced. And before I start, I want to recognize a few groups or organizations and people who has worked with Liberia to get us to that level. I think the first group, which I'm very proud of, is the FPP, which is the Forest People Program. And the next group I'd like to talk about is the Society for the Conservation of Nature, and who's been supporting the local communities. And then the third group I'd like to talk about is EcoHealth Alliance, who has just completed a project in Liberia on creating an established and protected area. So before arriving at the point where we consider our process to be progressive in terms of recognizing and respecting the rights of local communities, the laws before did not even recognize the rights of local communities. Every proposed protected area, and these are places that have not even been established, they were considered as government land. No matter whether people were living there 100 years before or people were living 150 years before, they were all considered government land. All right? And and the process for that was every time a government wants to create protected area on the land, they went to the community only to seek their consent for the establishment, not to seek their consent as owners of the land, whether they even wanted to include their land into the protected area. So we use the term FPIC, and that's why right now in Liberia we're still saying, what do you mean by FPIC? Because previously, people were conducting FPIC not on the grounds that they were negotiating with the landowners, but on the grounds that they were negotiating with some sort of squatters on the land. And people would sign a piece of paper and say, yeah, we've consented to the land. And then the other thing that happened before was there was no opportunity for communities to participate in the management of any protected area. It was all managed by government, all owned by government, and everything that happened there was by the government. So in 2018, what happened was the Land Rights Act was passed. It's a very progressive law. And that law says that every proposed, now this is not existing protected area, but places where government has earmarked in the future to create a protected area, all those places are not government land. They're lands that belong to either the communities, or if the communities are not claiming those land, before the government can take the land. So the first process we did working with the community, the government and the community, was to create what we call a protected area establishment guidelines. And the first step, this is a sequential step on how you create protected area. The first step was to clarify land tenure. Who owns the land? If you did not clarify that land tenure, you can't create a protected area. Because if communities are there, local communities, we don't call them indigenous people, we call them local communities. If local communities are laying claim on the land because they've been there for 100 years or more than that, then government, two things you can do. You negotiate with the communities if they agree to include a portion of their land into the protected area, whatever form that is going to be, whether it's an OECM or it's a straight reserve, whatever. Or they can agree to give you all of the land, or they can agree not to give you any. All right? So that guidelines becomes a very, progressive, piece of legislation that was passed in Liberia. Okay? The next thing that we've done is that when we're creating our 30 by 30 national plan, because the government now has produced a draft, the target is to have 2 million hectares of land protected and have at least about 45 square miles of marine area protected. Now, how do we achieve that 2 million hectares? That was the challenge. Right now, all of the protected areas that exist in Liberia, when you put them together, they're 500,000 hectares. So we're level with a difference of 1.5 million to reach our target, of target 3. And so what we've done is that there are patches of forest that the government has recognized as community forest. I disagree with that designation because community forests are only owned by the community for 15 years. It's a use right, it's an access right, it is not an ownership right to the forest. So the government has established most of these areas around the country. So what the government said was that let's negotiate with the community to include around 40% of those community forests as part of our 30 by 30 plan. But here's the catch. Even if you want to include a community forest into the 30 by 30 or target 3 plan, the community will have to agree 100% because they have the right to either do anything on the land. All right, so they will have to agree. If they don't agree, then you cannot make progress on that. Okay, even though it's earmarked as 40% of local communities' land are going to be included, but if the communities do not agree, that is not going to happen. So right now, what we're working with the government is to say, hey, you have to respect, based on the law, of the community rights. So at this point, I would like to introduce now one of our local chiefs who we have worked with in a protected area called the Gola National Park. All right, she will just give maybe 2 minutes of her experience on how community rights were respected in that process during the creation of the park and how communities are now involved in the management of those areas. So I'd like to call on Madam Jamiatu, Paramount Chief Jamiatu, who's going to, you can sit down.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I'm Haja Jamiatu Cornel Watson, Paramount Chief, live under the Gola Forest. I want to say we were part of the establishment of the Gola Forest. We were fully informed and we moved with them everywhere and made sure that our forest is protected, and then part of our forest belongs to us and that will be made available for our people to use it. You know, we live under that forest, we depend on that forest for our livelihood. So, if the government happen to call portion of that land and it be used for protected area, we are also looking up to the government for our livelihood support. So we've been in it and the negotiation is going on day by day, and we are together. We are in full support, and we say thanks to an NGO organization, SCNL. They brought us in to understand what it was for, that you can't just have the forest and then you use all. You're not leaving any for your unborn generation. It was not right. And we have understand that, and today we have established the Gola Rainforest. And that forest is there. We are in support of it from now on, but we have our own forest to work in. We are with government. The government arm is FDA, and then SENL. Together, they made us to know as people that live under the forest, the community people, to understand that we have to keep some of the forest for our unborn generation. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Now I know we are running out of time, and I'd like to introduce to you Lucia Ruiz from WWF US, who have also been supporting the project. And she is going to report on a workshop on OECMs in Latin America. Yeah.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenos días, ¿cómo están? Buenos días. Oigan, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. Nada más queríamos compartirles brevemente sobre una oportunidad que tuvimos como región, como América Latina y el Caribe. En septiembre tuvimos la oportunidad de juntarnos organizaciones de la sociedad civil, organizaciones indígenas, fundaciones y también individuos a platicar sobre cuáles son las oportunidades que tenemos para que la agenda de las otras medidas efectivas de conservación basadas en áreas se haga con el respeto a las comunidades locales, se haga con el respeto, consideración y también otorgando todos los derechos a las comunidades locales y las poblaciones indígenas de nuestra región. En ese sentido, si pasamos a la siguiente, por favor, nada más les quiero platicar brevemente. Fue un viaje de 3 días el que tuvimos. Durante este viaje logramos no solamente poner nuestras expresiones, nuestras preocupaciones muy válidas sobre la mesa, sino también empezar a generar algunas soluciones y empezar a encontrar esos puntos de encuentro. Si hay lugares, si hay temas en los que no estamos coincidiendo, ¿cómo podemos construir? Entonces, si pasamos a la siguiente, porque sé que no hay mucho tiempo, lo que desarrollamos entonces fue una agenda colaborativa de OMEX para América Latina y el Caribe. Y tiene 9 temas en particular. Los 9 temas los pueden encontrar del lado derecho. Y estos 9 temas, hay uno muy importante, justamente como tú platicabas ahorita, Camilo, y como platicaba el colega de Liberia y los líderes que han estado aquí con nosotros, y es que en la región de América Latina hay un tema muy importante que es, aún no se está entendiendo a cabalidad qué significa una consulta libre, previa e informada. Y si queremos realmente generar esquemas de conservación a largo plazo, no solamente es el generar estas oportunidades de consulta, sino también desarrollar los procesos de una forma participativa, inclusiva, y que si los territorios no quieren ser reconocidos como OMEX, pueda haber entonces la oportunidad de reconocerlos como territorios indígenas y tradicionales. Lo que queremos también es generar por medio de esta agenda colaborativa un acercamiento hacia los gobiernos, de generar entonces, de continuar ese diálogo. Entonces, los invitamos a visitar el documento, si pasamos a la siguiente diapositiva, para que lo consulten, para que lo podamos platicar y que podamos encontrar entonces caminos que satisfagan totalmente a las comunidades indígenas, los pueblos originarios de nuestra región, pero que también podamos poner al centro a la gente y a la naturaleza, porque es finalmente lo que estamos tratando de hacer, una conservación a largo plazo de la región más biodiversa del planeta, que es América Latina y el Caribe. Gracias.
Okay, so that's thanks so much to all the presenters. So the challenge has been to try to fit a side event of an hour and a half into 60 minutes. And now I've been told that we actually have to vacate the room because our hour is up. I really like to invite you to go for a coffee and whatever is left of the breakfast there and have a conversation with the presenters outside. I know that this raises a lot of issues in terms of how Target 3 will be implemented. What I mentioned at the beginning, which I like to finish off with, is that no one has got the concrete answers to to how this will be implemented. So that's why we feel it is a moment, a period of exploration, and it is exploration together, based on the people on the ground, on indigenous peoples and local communities who live in those areas, respecting their rights and their free prior informed consent, and then having collaboration with all the relevant other actors to really try to find a positive implementation of Target 3 that can really be based on the respect for human rights and generate benefits for both people and nature. So with that, we have to close, unfortunately, but let's go outside and continue the conversation outside with whoever can stay back. Thanks so much for participating. I look forward to seeing you in the future. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
So Mac, are you ready?
Yes, I am. I've been practicing. I feel good about it. I'm excited.
Good. So Nathan, it looks like you have a nice group there. Looks like you have a good group there. A good group.
So loud I can't even.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's close. I hope that there's more people coming.
Will.
But we'll see. Yeah. We heard a lot of people were interested, but we'll see if that manifests in numbers.
perfectly. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not singing for you guys today. But you can look for a ticket for Shakira concerts. She's Colombian, I'm not. Thank you.
If I use the microphone, you hear us? Any different if I speak in here? No.
Morning. Okay, so thank you so very much for joining us today, and thank you so very much to our speakers who are joining us online and in person today for our discussion, which is putting people and education back to the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plan, which is so-called NBSAP. And my name is Zura Ahmad. I'm the Youth for Nature Global Ambassador, and at Youth for Nature, we are the youth-led international organization that we educate, equips, and establish youth as the leaders on a system-wide solutions for ecological and climate crisis that are rooted on traditional and scientific knowledge and grounded in intergenerational justice. So in this session, we will highlight the results of a desk review of the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans that examined if and how parties were including education, communication, and involving youth in their national strategies, which is the NBSAP. And as we all know that NBSAP is the primary tool for parties to translate the global biodiversity strategies into their national plans. And we will hear from a representative from Suriname, who plans was identified to having several good practices, and then we will provide the several key recommendations of how parties can include education and youth in their actions. So thank you so very much, and stay with us. And I would like to hand over the mic to my fellow colleague, Nathan. Yeah, here you go.
Thank you so much for that. So this has been a real team effort. As you can see, we have a lot of different logos on there, and together we've put this session together with a very strong input from young people, and you'll hear from different ages of youth here, and you can see the other organizations that have been part of this. So thank you all for also participating in this. So we want to start with a little bit of an engagement activity. So you're going to have to move, all right? So what we want you to do is you're going to stand up if... First question, you know what NBSAP stands for? Just checking. Everybody should stand up. No? All right. Okay, good. All right, you can sit back down. All right, we'll just make sure you're in the right room. All right, number two. All right, have you been involved in the NBSAP process? And this could be either at the national, local level, or even global level. Have you been in the NBSAP development process in your country? Or, all right, not quite as many yeah, there we go. Yeah, you better stand up. Great, okay, you can sit back down. Next question. All right, stand up if you recognize the importance of including education, youth, and people in the development and implementation of NBSAPs. I hope that you have a standing audience there. That's great. Good, okay, you can sit back down. And last question is, stand up if you just came here for good coffee. Okay, well, at least we're all right, great. Well, with that, we got you moving a little bit. Now we're going, oh, wait a minute. Not quite yet. There we go. Nope. Excellent. Okay, now I'm going to hand it over to our colleagues from the US and also UK. So Nancy and Mackenzie have done an incredible job looking at several of the NBSAPs for some specific key terms, and they're going to present their results now to us. So Nancy, can you guys speak and see if this works? Yep, go for it. Hold on just a second. One second, Nancy. We're going to hear you.
Nancy Allen, visiting us from Imperial College in the UK. And we're delighted and very grateful to Nathan for including us in this presentation to tell you about what we found in the NBSAPs. It is
with the IUCN in different capacities, and we're anxious to share with you how education and communication are currently reflected in the NBSAPs and what some ideas for what we might do to move it forward. Just one disclaimer, This is just one look at the NBSABs. It's not to include everything that may be going on around the globe. We simply did a limited research on how certain words or topics were presented in the NBSABs. And so to give you more of that detail, I'm pleased to introduce my colleague, Mackenzie Allen, to you. Mackenzie, do you want to move forward?
Yeah, thank you so much, Nancy. I'll jump right into our research process.
Wait, I don't think we're on the right slide, so we need the next slide. The earlier slides. Okay, there you go.
No, wait,
Good.
way far. Hold on a second.
Our review consisted of a deep dive into the 16 MBSAPs that have been submitted as of August, scanning them for keywords, reading the relevant sections to understand how address, and from here identifying the key ideas and topics that emerge from the MBSAPs. So, what did we learn?
Next slide, please. Well, a lot happens over a 4-year period, and the creation dates and submission dates of the MBSAPs range from as early as 2020 to 2024. The plans also varied greatly in the level of detail. Spain and Ireland had separate national strategies dedicated to education for sustainable development, which were linked within their MBSAPs. And most of the plans followed the same structure, with overarching priority areas broken down into specific targets, and then these targets were further broken down into actions. In almost all of the plans, education was compartmentalized under one priority area, but Italy was the exception, choosing to leave education throughout its strategy, using education as a transversal vector. And lastly, we wanted to point out that there were a number of activities that we know are underway, which are not being reflected in the MBSAPs. On the left side of this table, you can see the most common topics that emerged in the MBSAPs, and on the right side are some topics that we expected to find, but that weren't highlighted throughout the MBSAPs. Next slide, please. And now here are some examples of strong MBSAPs and why. So on the far left, we have France, which stood out for being the most comprehensive and detailed. It covers raising awareness for youth through environmental education initiatives that include changed curriculum, greening of schools, as well as improved training and resources for educators. If you want to get a good idea of an expansive plan with a lot of detail, look at France's MBSAP. In the middle, we have Japan, which is another example of a very comprehensive plan that puts a strong emphasis on community involvement, working with NGOs and local level organizations to emphasize the importance of coming into contact with nature, with activities taking place in watersheds, urban parks, as well as non-formal education settings like museums. And then on the right, we have Suriname. Suriname had a lot of elements that weren't prevalent in other plans, including addressing diversity of audiences and considerations of minority and immigrant populations, putting an emphasis on creating educational resources tailored to different groups' needs. You'll get the chance to hear more about how Suriname created its MBSAPs after we finish this presentation. Next slide, please. So based on these 3 plans and others, it's clear that good planning leads to good outcomes. So what makes a good plan? In the interest of time, I can't go through all of these, but some of the key ones are setting clear goals, defining concrete indicators, assigning responsibilities, identifying funding sources, and building in a process for monitoring, evaluation, and learning. With that being said, I'll now pass it back to Nancy, who will wrap up our presentation with some ideas for possible steps moving forward. Thank you.
And with just as a footnote, everybody, there is a link with a blog at the end of this presentation that you can see more detail about what we're talking, so we understand some of the communication challenges that we have going on here today. But just where do we go from here? And I was thinking about, as a member of the CEC, what the CEC might do, or the WCPA of the IUCN, or just others. And one idea is to perhaps go forward with a statement of education and seeing if we can get every country to include a statement such as education is essential to successful biodiversity conservation action and must be addressed in and across long-term strategies. That's key. The second is, you know, when we come to meetings like this, it's always great to share ideas and have the energy, but we have to remember to improve these MBSABs the next time around, we really do need to start now. So let's figure out how we keep that momentum. And I'm sure Nathan and Bryce will have some great ideas about that. And lastly, as a member of the IUCN CEC, I think it's really important to see how we can, as a commission, help offer expertise in this area so that those who are drafting the MBSABs have better resources and understandings of what's going on in education, so it's much easier to articulate via the NBSABs. And so I think that's a really important point. And with that, I will just say thank you, and we'd love to follow up with any of you and hope that we can be helpful in the process. The blog is there. And thank you very much for your time today. And thank you, Mackenzie. Bryce, back to you.
Thank you guys for being so flexible and with our technological advances here. Okay, well with that, we will now transition from hearing about the findings from the MBSAP study that the McKinsey and Nancy did to looking at an example. And so we've invited a representative from Suriname. And this is Ritesh, and he will walk us through both the process that they came up with developing their MBSAP and also what's in their MBSAP. So welcome, Ritesh, to our group today. And I will hand the microphone on over to you. Welcome.
Thank you, Nathan. Good morning, everyone. But I also was one of the... In 2004, our country started the process of youth parliament. And I was elected as one of the first. There was actually a national election, and I won, and I was one of the 29. So this youth topic is always close to my heart. It was part of the the discussion that we have and youth participation and how we should include youth in the whole discussion. So started all 20 years ago. Right now I'm in a position to mainstream youth and the youth idea into actual policy. So happy to do that. And maybe I can shift to the next. Yes. So my presentation will be short, introduction, the approach and methodology that we use to update, and of course the light slide is the closing slide. Next one, please. Next. Okay. On a certain point after COP15, there was a decision that every country, every party should update their MBSAP. So on that basis, when we started the process, the Ministry of Spatial Planning and Environment, which is responsible for the Biological Diversity Convention, started the process. We got funding. This is also unique. For the first time, we updated our MBSAP without using international funding. It was done. The funding was made available by our own national conservation fund, and we got the funding, and that process started. We hired actually 2 Surinamese consultancy firm which worked together to be able to update the MBSAP. So the process was the ministry was taking the lead, we had a donor, and the 2 agencies that were doing the work, actual work for Suriname. Next slide, please. What was actually the purpose of this project, as I call it? Of course, be in line with the Communing Montreal targets, so update the MBSAP in line with what was agreed, and of course, have a fully, as much as possible, stakeholder engaged process. Because you don't want to have a consultant just do the writing, somewhere at the they use a PC to write everything. These days AI, maybe they use AI to write everything, but the consultation part was lacking. So for us, the foundation was, one of our purposes was to include stakeholders as much as possible. Next slide, please. Next one. Yeah, so we had to update our MBSAP was outdated actually 2020, 2002 and 2020, 12 we got our MBSAP. Before that was the NBS, and then we got the AAP, and then it became MBSAP. But yes, I mean, so many years further with new targets and everything, actually we didn't align also with the IG target. So we're like lacking behind, and we got this opportunity to update what we had to do. So in line with what I said, the international policy, the global biodiversity targets, there is the urgency of climate change. So our plans were like not actually, the old one was not dealing a lot with climate change. Also be in line with, project should be, you write the plan, but it's a first generation plan, so you don't emphasize more on implementation, because sometimes you have to meet the objections that we have regarding the convention. So you update, you write the plan, but maybe not be able to implement. This time, our goal was, if you write something, we have to implement. This is something that we have to take into account. So also, how we will finance everything was very important. If we don't, if we are writing something we're not able to implement, please don't put it in the plan, because then when we track the plan, you will see that we're underperforming, because maybe our ambition was too high. So we are going to have a high ambition, but our ambition should be also realistic. That was the message that we gave. Next slide. So this is the process we did on the update. First of all, of course, the basic business as usual process. Inception, write methodology, do a whole assessment of all, because the COP15 decision was clear. We had to follow a format. We followed that, study all the decisions, come with a methodology that fits, that's tailor-made for Suriname. That's very important, the whole story, because every country, every part differs. Come with the strategy. And then from day one, we had the consultation already in the inception phase, where we invited, we had the block, what we call the first group of stakeholders, and then in the second group. In the first group, we had the key elements, and youth was involved in that. So, like the Ministry of dealing with nature, because the Ministry of Environment in Suriname is dealing about the policy of biodiversity, but not responsible for nature. That's another ministry. So we brought actually all these important stakeholders together, and we had a broader stakeholder group of 120 stakeholders. I think during the inception phase, we had a meeting with all the 120 stakeholders to discuss the whole process, because once your methodology is correct, the whole process will be easy. If the methodology is not the right one, it will be an issue. So agree, and also take into consideration that Suriname has indigenous and tribal communities. And you cannot neglect, because Suriname has 93% forest coverage, maybe the most forested country in the world. And most of the biodiversity hotspots in Suriname are in the interior, where indigenous and tribal communities live. So we cannot neglect updating a whole process, doing a whole update process, and neglect those guys. So we had to include them. It was a challenge, because we live in the city. To bring them from where they live and all these communities to the city was a challenge, but we took the responsibility, because inclusiveness was very important in the whole story. We did the strategy, same process, validation, came with a good vision strategy, and afterwards, with the whole process of stakeholder engagement, we translated in actions. So the action that we got right now, we are pretty much serious to implement those. It will be, of course, not an easy question still, because we need to have the right capacity, the right resources, the right political will also. There are some challenges we have to solve on the ground, but at least if we are able to implement this, we will make a huge step in the right direction. Last slide. So yes, how the involvement was of the youth. As I already mentioned, 120 stakeholders were consultant. We had at least 5 series of consultant meetings. There were a lot of those days, because we started, COVID-19 was still an issue. So we had small meetings, online meetings, 5 meetings with a lot of stakeholders, but we had a lot of also online small meetings with stakeholders, one-on-one interviews and everything, because we don't want to miss all the stakeholders. So we try to include them in the whole process. Different youth organizations were consultant, and the Ministry of Education was an integral part of this whole story, because in our vision, it starts all with education. If you don't have the right awareness, education, people will not understand why biodiversity is important. Maybe the most important treasure we have on Earth. But therefore, you need to understand processes. You need to understand how ecosystem works. So when we went to primary school, there was a subject in nature. These days, they downscale it because they give more attention to maths and other subjects. The Ministry of Environment, together with the Ministry of Education, is right now working on a new curriculum where the topic of conservation of nature should be embedded from primary school to whatever we do. Next slide, please. Yeah, and it's clear. This plan, plans are made, but not for this generation. Sustainability is there. The next generation should take also the responsibilities. If we don't include them right now in the discussion, next cycle when they have to do it, they will not understand. So in our whole process, we include them because we know they have to do it. Our generation is right now taking the lead, but next cycle they have to do it. So they were part of this discussion, and I hope with this, we are bringing something on the table. So now as a small country, we did our update with our own resources. But the next step is implementation. We can have the best plan, but if we don't get the resources, my friends, we will not make it. So let's maybe I don't know how much of you all are in the discussion, in the formal discussion, but let's work together to make it happen. Otherwise, we will lose this race. I thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Ritesh, for sharing with us on how you have been engaged youth and education with regard to the NBSAP, but also you have enlightened us on the processes, the updates, and the strategies that you are doing at the Suriname with regards to the NBSAPs. And I would like now to, as we are moving now from examples to action, I would like to introduce Mr. Bryce from earthday.org, and he will present the top 3 to 5 recommendation. And this recommendation focuses on the concrete steps to put people and education back to the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plan. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for everyone who came in person today and anyone who is watching online. So it's an honor to share these recommendations. They're a starting point, but they're created by an amazing coalition of people in education. And we started thinking about what do we need first? Well, sometimes you can get the right person in the room and talk to them about what you would things together so students have a very holistic, broad understanding of biodiversity, what it is, how we protect it, what the threats are, and prioritizing education for youth, women, girls, Indigenous communities, and people with disabilities, making sure that, I was privileged to grow up in an area that had a lot of outdoor learning, and I don't, that's not the case everywhere. And it was easy for me to access that. So making sure that everyone is receiving those same opportunities that lead to valuing this biodiversity that we're losing. And also, Ratish, thank you. The stakeholder involvement, you went through exactly what that needs to look like, that we have the people in the room who are going to understand how to best put education in the NBSAPs, and also have the people in the room who can put education in the NBSAPs. So we have a lot of education experts who collaborated on these recommendations, and then who do we need to get in that room? And sometimes you might talk to the environmental minister and they say, oh, that's a really great idea. You should really talk to the education minister. Okay, go talk to the education minister. That is a wonderful idea, but that's really something more for the environmental minister. So finding these people who are critical to ensuring that this gets into the NBSAPs and gets implemented. And just to echo your last point, the funding. We need to make sure, we need to work together to identify the governments, the private organizations, philanthropists, who is going to fund this, because it's going to take money and it is an investment that we need to make sure is being made. So we don't think that these are, all inclusive. We think that there's room for some, for updating them. We'd love to hear feedback if there's time in this session. I don't know, but just working with us in the future. So these are our recommendations. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Bryce. So I'm going to ask you, let me just take it down. I'm going to ask you to take a photo of this slide because you're going to need it in this next activity, right? So take a photo of this, yeah? Then you're also going to have it with you when you leave here, right? Again, like Bryce said, these are not all-encompassing recommendations. These are just some that we came up with, but you heard it from multiple groups, from an NGO group, from youth, and also from the Suriname government. So I think there are a lot of the key things here. Everybody got a photo? Anybody need one? Okay, good. Because now you are going to have to get active, all right? So what we want to do now is we're going to put you guys into small groups. And you can just sit together and talk to like 3 or 4 people close by. And we want you to reflect on the recommendations that we put up on the screen. So think about what we had suggested. Again, we're not saying they're all the recommendations, but we hope that we think that there are some really strong things there. What do you see that needs to happen to put these recommendations into action in your country? What needs to happen? And as Bryce said, if there's anything else that stands out, like there's a recommendation that you think you're really missing, then you can also note this. Okay, so what we're going to do is, as I said, we're going to put you into small groups, and we want you to discuss this. There'll be 4 or 5 people to a group, and you can, again, just sit with the people that are next to you, but maybe try to find somebody that's not from your country, that you can expand your horizons and learn from somebody else. And then what we're going to do is we want, in each of these groups, we'd like to have one person that is your note taker. This person is going to be writing your best responses onto a Mentimeter, which we're going to show in just a second. Then we also want someone to be the facilitator. And the facilitator's role is to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak. So obviously there's a lot of people in here with great ideas, but let's make sure that everybody has a chance to share their ideas. So the facilitator is just saying, okay, thanks, let's make sure we have this opinion from this young person, or let's make sure that we've heard this person from here. So just make sure that we have in your small groups that you have both someone that's going to take notes and someone that's going to keep the dialogue going, all right? So this is how we're going to get to the Mentimeter. So you can either take a screenshot here, or you can log into Mentimeter and put the code in. So I'll let you do that right now. Is it working? Coming into it? Yeah, great. Okay. Sometimes there's, if it's slowing down, you may just have one person. Again, the note taker is the only person that technically needs to use the Mentimeter. You don't all have to have it, but it's good if you do. So what we're going to do now is, again, I'm going to just go back to here. I'd like you to get into the small groups now. You'll have about 20 minutes. So it's not the world, but it is some time. So take 20 minutes now, and to see if you can come up with maybe 2 or 3 things of how you think that we should move these recommendations into action in your country, in your region. And again, if there's another recommendation that really is burning, then you can also capture that there too. Okay? All right. So we're going to let you guys, we're going to believe in the chaos theory and that you will create the groups that need to be created now. And the time is, just to check your clocks, it's 11 o'clock, so at 11:20, we're going to bring you back together. I've got some bells, and when you hear that bells, we need you to stop so that we can summarize this and bring it to close, all right? So 20 minutes, let's have some good discussions. Let's go. Spread out.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right, all right, all right. If you can hear me, clap once so that I know you can hear me. Can hear me, clap twice. Thank you. Right, I really like the discussion. Unfortunately, because of time, we might want to hear what is coming out of each group. But to get this started and as a nice segue to the next session of presentations, maybe we're going to do a very quick game, and that is the snap game. So we are going to count a count of 1 to 3. And from the discussion that came out of it, you want to use one word to summarize the discussion. So I can go like this, 1, 2, 3, and I say inclusion. And then you say something, and then we see if we can snap with the same word. So maybe, what is your buzzword? You can think about 2. And then, yeah. All right. So 1, 2, 3, inclusion. Okay? 1, 2, 3? No, your word. Your one word. Okay. All right. Can we try with you? So. Oh. Okay. So we're going to do a game. So we're going to do a game, and in the count of, so you find a partner. We are 2 people, and you find one word or 2 words that. So one word that really summarizes the conversation that you had. So for example, if I had a word, maybe Nathan, you can come so that we try to play this game with you. Oh. So you have a word and I have a word. And then in the count of 1, 2, 3, we say the word and we see if that word collides, like my word is his word. So 1, 2, 3, inclusion. 1, 2, 3, biodiversity. All right? Are you getting the point? So we are going to play this game. You find a partner, you find a partner. All right?
I was going to say children. That was my word.
Yeah. Okay. So.
I just wanted you all to hear.
All right. All right. So, are you ready? Are we ready? Okay. In the count of 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. We're going to have a very quick round of presentation. We will start with this group and then this group and this group. And the way we are going to do it, we are going to invite folks from the Center for Global Education, right? Folks from the Center of Global Education from each group. We're going to give you 2 minutes to try and summarize what came out of the discussion within your group. So we will start with this group. I don't know if you're ready or we can go to this one, then this one. Pardon?
We're saying 2 what? Sorry?
You can just summarize.
Summarize? Okay, I got you. Okay. I was the note taker, so I just have to take my notes out here. I think a key term that we were talking about is the term children. Was we were kind of highlighting that and incorporating that in our discussion. We have some recommendations. When a child is stuck in a major city or not physically around the biodiversity in their region, how can they connect to nature or biodiversity? We were talking about how there can be school gardens incorporated, but the importance of biodiversity is much more than physical. There's a mental health aspect to that, including into the students. I believe one's identity comes from where they're from and the biodiversity that's around their region. And I think that's also a major aspect than just physical, and I think that has to be talked about more, especially with the discussion of children incorporating this, and also creating more opportunities for children, and I think that's a very important thing, but not only just creating these opportunities and throwing children into that, but following and walking with us on that journey and helping us in that conversation and helping us educate us. We talked about education is so important in the discussion of involving children in these conversations. And is that good? Yeah, good, okay, thank you.
All right, you're going to hear from this group?
Do I like the open? You can just stand up.
Talk about like civil society engagement, more funding mechanisms. Okay. Yeah. Hello, I'm also with the Center for Global Education, and what we really focused on to put these recommendations into action is not just like maybe changing the curriculum, which is a more direct approach, but allocating more funding for teachers to be able to put these resources into action. Like a lot of them already have so much passion and commitment to like committing to a better like global landscape and Earth, basically, but they don't have the resources needed to put these changes into place. So not only can we just change the curriculum, we can also make it more possible for like teachers and educators to be able to put these changes into place themselves, as well as like similar to what Sean said, a much larger focus on child voices, because it's not only important for youth to be involved in these discussions, in these like crucial like that will like inherit the earth, and having them like they will turn into the youth that you are trying to like change and educate. So by involving child voices, you have been able to access this incredible opportunity without funding. And so we need to focus on getting more resources for children and youth to be able to access these events so that these changes can occur. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kirti. I'm here with the Center for Global Education. So I think one of the main things that we were talking about is that to include education or to include biodiversity into curriculums, it's really important that the students are interested in learning about the biodiversity. And one way that we can raise this interest is by moving the focus from just the statistics and the facts and the science to also more meaningful education. We have to learn about why biodiversity is important, what we can do towards it, and just make it more engaging for the students and not just like the stats that nobody wants to really listen to. And it's also really important, we think, to include community perspectives and indigenous perspectives into the education, so that both the groups, both the students and the indigenous communities, can learn from each other. So we could learn from all the ideas and all the knowledge that these communities have within them, and also they could learn about all of the because indigenous communities, they don't have access to as much biodiversity education as we do. So it could be a very mutual learning experience if students are able to reach out to the indigenous communities. And as Heijin has said, funds and infrastructure, it's really important for us to work on that, because there's no way that we can do any of this if we don't have the funds and don't have the support from different communities and different different sources, because we need the infrastructure to be able to bring, there's two things, either bringing nature into the classrooms or bringing the classrooms into the nature, because we can't be learning out of just textbooks and we can't just be learning out of screens. We have to go and experience it firsthand, and we need a lot of funds and a lot of infrastructure to be able to do that. So I think that's what we have to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if one thing I'm catching from this conversation, and it really resonates with the conversation we had some 2 days ago around knowledge systems and understanding the diverse knowledge systems that exist, appreciating them and ensuring they are included within the formulation of this NBSAP. So children have their own way of understanding nature, the way the older generation have their way of understanding nature, but we don't just want to have them included in a process that we already started. We want to start this process with them and walk with them the journey until we move forward, so that young people are not just passive recipient of a future, but they are actually working in co-shaping it. So thank you very much. I'd like to hear a bit from representatives from the room, just 2 or 3 people again. If you have any burning further input that you want to add from what we got, and then we'll be wrapping it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm Christine from Uganda. So we had a discussion here, but somehow our rapporteur missed out the point. In our country, we've begun school clubs, and in those school clubs, we go into schools form environmental clubs. And in these clubs, we teach them, we train them, we show them the good and the bad, the effects that we are facing today, and we try to introduce to them what life means when we talk about the ecosystems and the biodiversity. So we've tried to make that education, and we are making sure that we spread the clubs from the primary schools to the secondary schools, because we've not yet upscaled to tertiary. Tertiary seem not to be so settled, but for primary schools and secondary schools, they're always in one place. So we are creating those clubs and telling them how it is, how the effect is going diverse. So that is one strategy that we are trying out in Uganda by SF Uganda.
Very quickly.
Yeah. A round of applause for her. And as you're coming in, I also want to get your feel and the feel of at least one other, as we are almost out of time. What do you think should be the next we leave this room? What do you think we should do to ensure that this is actually actioned?
Thank you. Very quickly, let me begin from the question that you have just posed. That we don't want this to be an event. We want to ensure that this discussion is more of a process. And because it's a process that needs to ensure that everyone is on board and everyone understands what we are talking about. So the clarion call here is that let us go out and ensure that we engage the very people that we are representing here, and even those that are not represented, so that at the end of the day, we are rallying the entire humanity to this call. But secondly, I had wanted to say that among the things that need to be put into consideration in these NBSAPs is the whole element of livelihoods. Because the NBSAPs are not just being made, it's not just an academic discussion. It's not something romantic as it is. It is about people, how people get food, how people get environmental services. And therefore, we need to stress the whole issue of livelihoods, how livelihoods are going to be threatened by biodiversity loss, and how we are going to secure those livelihoods if we ensure that we protect biodiversity. Last but not the least, the language we use in those NBSAPs. Let it not be too academic. Let it be language that is understood by the people. Let it be what people can interact with and own as we move forward. Thank you so much.
All right. Unfortunately, we might not be able to take any further comments because of time. But what we're going to do, and I think, do we have already the slide? We have our contacts here. So we're just going to project our contacts, and in case you have any further input, or you want to move this conversation further and you want to talk to us, we're going to share our contact details so that we can move this conversation forward. Our contact details so that we can move this conversation forward. Otherwise, let me hand this mic back to Nathan.
Great. Thank you so much. One thing that we just wanted to also plug is that tomorrow there is going to be a full education day at the GBF Pavilion. So we'd invite you guys to join us tomorrow, and it's going to have at the end a reception even, so there's going to be food and drinks, but we want you to be there for the whole day. And also, as we said, today there's going to be a discussion in the negotiations about the SBI text. So this is text that came out of the Kenya meeting, and it's going to be focusing on developing a global plan of action for biodiversity education. And we really need to push to support that because that will help give us standing to to push the countries to include it in their MBSAPs. So if you can discuss that today with your country's negotiators, your delegates, that would be fantastic. Tell them that we really want to have this as a strong component of the decisions that come out of this COP, that we want to have that global plan of action for biodiversity education, and that will give us a chance to come together again and say, how do we want to see this move forward for children, for youth, for adults, that looks at many of these different components that you guys came up with. And thank you so much for those amazing ideas. We hope that you got something out of it. We hope you met some new people, hope you had some fun, and we look forward to continuing this journey with you as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you please just drop your headphones outside?
Okay, so that's everyone can hear me. Hello, everyone. We're going to start in 1 minute. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome. I'm going to start the session. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, great. So welcome to the session, Technology and Corporate Nature Action, Strengthening Accountability in the Global South. My name is Seema Joshi. I am the facilitator for this session. I am the Legal Strategy Director with the Global Commons Alliance Accountability Accelerator. The Accountability Accelerator, our goal is to strengthen accountability around nature with the goal of halting and reversing nature loss caused by companies. It's my pleasure to introduce the panel. We really want to have an interactive discussion, so I'm going to encourage everyone in the audience, even if you want to come further forward or to be engaged, please do. We have two amazing speakers. We have a third speaker who may also come partway during this session. I will introduce the speakers and then I'll speak a bit about the objectives for this panel. First, we have Anne Alenkar, who's the Director of Science with EPAM Amazonia, which stands for Amazon Environmental Research Institute. Welcome, Annie. Lovely to meet you and to have you on the panel. Next to Annie, we have Timur Manurung, Chairman of Ariga Nusantara, which is an Indonesian-based organization. And when I looked you up on the website, Timur, I liked the description of your organization, a data-driven advocacy provocative think tank that seeks to make positive change for the people and planet. So great, welcome to this panel. We have a third speaker from Fundación Avina, Eduardo, who may come and join us partway through this session. So before we get to the format for this conversation is that we have a few rounds of, I have some questions for the panelists, and then we also want to open and have a question and answer with the participants. And essentially the objectives of this session, what we know, we are here of course at COP16. We know that this is a critical time where we need to act to essentially reverse halt nature biodiversity loss, and at the same time we also know that we need to end fossil fuel use, and we know that one way of doing this is the transition to renewable energy. Through wind and solar. But what we also know is this has led to an increased demand for mining generally, which is causing a lot of social and environmental problems. So we're at we need to have a win-win, I guess, solution moving forward, where we are transitioning, while protecting human rights, but also the environment and nature. So the workshops, our objectives are to showcase innovative accountability tools and demonstrate their real-world application, to promote community-led solutions that are operating in global supply chains, and where they are operating, what's the impact they're having, and to foster collaboration and knowledge sharing so we can really scale up these amazing solutions. So with that, I'm going to, I think everyone can hear me. Great. So we are going to go to the first panel, I guess, conversation, which is around setting the scene. My question is to both Annie and to Timur. What is the most pressing challenge that you see is driving in driving corporate accountability for nature and climate action? And can you share a specific example or a case study from your work that you've used to overcome this challenge? So Annie, I'm gonna start with you.
Thank you, Sima. It's a pleasure to be here with you and Timur to talk about something that is very, how can I say, it's something that it's really we have to expand in order to have a better transparency and accountability. So I'm Anya Alenkar, a science director at HIPAM, and I am also one of the MAP Biomas co-creators. So MAP Biomas is a network of institutions that was born in Brazil in 2015, and now we are in 14 countries, different countries. Indonesia is one of them, and Ariga is one of the partners there. So I think there are many pressing things that are really take the business to a place in where really we don't want. And those pressing things are related to the lack of capability of monitoring as well. So in Brazil, when we started MAP Biomas, we thought that we need to have data to actually use it as Timur institution uses, to actually promote change, to understand the change, and actually to support advocacy. When MAP Biomas was created, it was created just because we didn't have up-to-date land use maps of Brazil to say what are the main sources of greenhouse gas emissions at that time. At that time, our last land use map was like 2010, and we were in 2015. And it would take 8 more years to have another map. And Tasso actually was the guy that created, said, why not? Why we don't create? We have already technology to do that. And we did create, in 3 months, we created the first version of MAP Biomas, which was a not very good map, in fact. But then, 1 year later, we have the best time series of land use and cover change in Brazil. And that creates a revolution in the country, because the government felt pressed to have the official maps. So we move in that direction. And we also have, now we could talk, what was changing from one land cover to the other? What was expanding? Where soybean was going? Where mining was going? So now we know, and that is very important information. In terms of traceability, for example, we created MAP Biomas Alert, which actually has been used by the banks to not give credits to, loans, to halt loans from the landowners that would doing illegal deforestation. So this is the type of social technology, actually, that is very important to actually promote change. And we, MAP Biomas, did promote change just by making it available information in a transparent way, in a transformative way, to the entire Brazil, and also expand it to the world.
That's incredible, Anna, and it's incredible how you said it created this revolution in Brazil and how it really was one way of pushing the government to be more. Hello, Eduardo. Welcome. For the government to actually be more proactive and actually being held to account. Thank you so much. Timera, please tell us from the Indonesia perspective.
Yeah, in first question I think I have to answer. First question I think I have to answer. And first is governance. In the country like Indonesia that corruption is still quite there, particularly political corruption, it is one of the biggest challenge. But I think our discussion here is not about that. But I think our discussion here is not about that. Let's discuss that in another forum. But the second one is, I think it is also quite similar, is misinformation or disinformation by big players. We have cases in Indonesia, for example, by the government saying and companies saying that it is smallholders that drive deforestation. And then we saw, and then with the biomass or with the other machine learning, we saw no. It is big companies that come with the big deforestation. We saw, for example, in palm oil, only 8% our smallholders that oil palm smallholder that come from forest in 2000. So using cutoff date or UDR from forest in 2000. So using cutoff date or UDR, it should be almost 100% free to Europe, smallholders. But we saw that 3 million hectares deforestation by companies. So it's kind of misinformation. Another one is also when big companies have a ESG commitments, then they hide some companies. But then we map, we fly drone showing the company's activities, and then we track. It is using kind of technology as well, mapping the ownerships. And we found in one group of companies, we found more than 10 companies that doing dirty work, they never admit. So then we report that, and suddenly they admit it is their subsidiaries. So similarly at the moment with the nickels Indonesia, that count now spiking. So we government our business saying that this downstreaming, making more smelters is drive economy. So, but then with machine learning, with biomass, etc., and companies ownership, we track through satellite imagery and before after the smelters, we found it is smelters that drive deforestation up to at least 300% after the smelter operate, because the smelter is in the areas. So for example, Indonesia before we only have 4 smelter in 2015. Now we have more than 30 smelters, and we are developing another 50, and it is creating, I think, the devastating deforestation in coming years. So showing that up, it is the answer, and this kind of discussion make the governance and corporate in a very light situation, I think is the answer. Light situation, I think is the answer.
That's really interesting. And Timur, thanks for looking at the underlying problems, with not just corruption, but misinformation that's being spread by companies. In the approach to hold to account, and with this technology and this transparency in the supply chain, I was just quickly wondering, how accessible is the information that you produce?
That's the other thing, the challenge. The information sometimes not available easily. So for Indonesia case, sometimes we sue even the government to open the information because we have allowed that make that mandate those information available. And I think we sue at least 7 times and we won all cases. So kind of that's one thing. But also there is even though the government said the information not available, it's not for public, but the information is scattered everywhere. So collecting this by technology, by crowd, and then developing that, that's the way. For example, when we do trace at the moment, trace is supply chain of agricultural commodity at the moment. We are discussing to bring nickel, for example, in the platform. The information not available easily. So then we have to do something, coding, etc. And then we found the information everywhere. Mills, capacities, we found from everywhere. And I think the patience and skill to do this, it's one thing that we need. I think it's next session.
Thank you so much. Hello, Eduardo. It's lovely to meet you and welcome to the panel. So this is Eduardo Rotella, who's the program manager of Function Avina. Just to introduce you properly, the question that we're discussing is what do you see as the most pressing challenge, and what is one example that your organization has used or supported to overcome this challenge?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry for being late. I have a problem with my flight and my suitcase, so when I'm here. It was supposed that we are going to have a translation because my English is not very good, but I think that the translation is not working, so I will try to do my best. It's not working? Yeah, okay. So, of the actors involved in the corporate accountability with the support of the accountability accelerator. So we try to identify the different actors like social movement, NGOs, medias, different actors that are related, that are working in the ecosystem, and they are related to the corporate accountability. We did that in the two main biomes on the continent, which is the Amazon, with focus in Brazil and Colombia, and also in the Gran Chaco Americano, which is a biome that is shared by Argentina, Paraguay, and Bolivia. So we identify many different actors, and we map like 350 actors in both biomes, and we realized that there is a dynamic and ecosystems and a variety of actors that are working in the corporate accountability related to climate and nature. So disregarding the difference between the two biomes, we identified some challenges that are common to both biomes. One of them is that most of the organizations are working in isolated, and so we need to promote medias, NGOs, social movement, local movement, work together and integrate in a same strategy, because working in a network means that you have more opportunity to share learning, resources, opportunity, and have more impact. Another challenge is that in some cases the environmental law against illegal deforestation or illegal mining and contamination, they are not reinforced. The law is not applicable, so they don't need any. I don't know how to say. I'm sorry, but we need to work more on that and to have a legal structure that really works, right? We also identify the mapping that most of organizations that are on the ground, that are NGO or social movement that work in the country, they have a weak institutional capacity. So we need to work on that, and because if we have a ecosystem with strong organizations that we have more opportunity to have a deepened impact. We also need to work on greenwashing. There is still a big challenge in greenwashing because some companies present like a strategy, environmental strategy that doesn't make any deep impact. So we need to monitor that and to educate the consumer so they have the ability to identify which company and support that company that really implements or their business work with the bioeconomy, right?
Yeah.
And finally, there is I don't know to say the activists, the environmental activities, they are threatened. Yeah, because they are working on the defense of the nature, so we need to develop policies to protect them, their personal integrity, because the danger for these people is increasing in the last years.
Thank you, Eduardo, and thank you for also speaking in English. So, and I think that was very clear. So thank you very much. I think it's really interesting how you have raised that technology has a role in advancing all of those advocacy outcomes. So the protection of human rights defenders, technology's role in building power, to build connect small NGOs or communities so you can build more power to take on corporate greenwashing. Maybe turning to the second question, which is about a key lesson learned. So Annie, I'm going to start with you. So tell me, what are one or two key lessons that you've learned, and how do you feel these might apply to other regions outside of South America that I know you said you're exploring working in beyond the borders?
Yeah. This issue of social technology, or how to actually use technology to engage in social technology is something that Mapbiomas is actually working on. I always say that in our days, because we have Google Earth Engine, everyone that knows a little bit on how to programming can create a land use land cover map of the world. But is that map correct? How it reflects actually the local areas? And how, most important, when you do the map, you want to use the map. So, and this is what is different about Mapbiomas, because Mapbiomas generates the capacity, the local capacity for local institutions that do the advocacy to create their own maps and actually use that and to promote the map. And I think this is something that is really new. The ability for you to create a better map is higher as well. So in that case, I think what, for example, we have been doing in Brazil to create all these maps, land use maps, like fire maps, water maps, that our institutions that belong to the network use that information to do advocacy. And the way we go beyond, for example, in the Mapbiomas network, we started to work with Auriga to promote capacity building and to do exchange for them to create their Mapbiomas Fire collection. So they just launched the first Mapbiomas Fire, and now we already promoted capacity building for the South America countries to create their own fire mapping. And fire, I'm a fire specialist. So I know that, unfortunately, we will suffer a lot with fire issues because of climate change. Only this year in the Amazon, we had an increase of more than 3 million hectares of forest, standing forest, that was affected by fire because of the drought that started in 2023 and is still we are facing now. So just to finish, I think the power of exchange goes also beyond this social technology, because I'm also learning a lot about fire in Indonesia that can open my mind on how to actually manage fire better, to create better solutions for fire that otherwise I would have just if I stayed looking at Brazil. So that's very powerful, this exchange.
So that's great, because that's a really positive lesson that you've learned, and the speed at which you can use this map, which is locally driven and inclusive, to basically push the government, and also to take that to Indonesia now. While the political context is different, maybe some of the challenges are maybe not so different, but we can adapt it. I'm going to, Timur, I'm going to ask you a different question. I'm going to ask you, how do you see the role of communities, and civil society evolving, with more and more socially technological solutions becoming available?
Yeah, it's I think it's quite related that the way how Auriga now ANI asks us to expand biomass to Southeast Asia, so it's our obligation. But to the question, before in the last. In the early years of Auriga, we decided to work with the government because we have at that time anti-corruption commission that quite strong. But then time flies and we then realize, no. Sometimes if we empower government, it is too dangerous for us, as civil society, because then they use their knowledge to somehow we call criminalize. And then no, it's time. It is I think it is the era to empower civil society. So civil society in many cases is kind of trendsetting of ideas, trendsetting of or pioneering ideas, initiatives, etc. If we can look at the current what discourse, mostly is civil society that starting the ideas and pushing that, and it's I think. It is the cases for Indonesia as well. How then empowering civil society to, for example, in the mapping, and how the civil society initiating a different map, more accurate to the field, not just for the good sake, and then. So I think this is the answer to that, and civil society need to be empowered and then pioneering new ideas.
Yeah, that's great, and thank you again for bringing that back to because civil society and communities are being criminalized. That actually we can use the technologies as a way to again sort of strengthen the power of both communities and civil society actors to stand maybe in solidarity or to get better accountability. Eduardo, I'm going to ask you a different question as well. What are some of the misunderstandings or the misconceptions that you hear about technology and accountability that you feel the audience should be aware of?
Sí, I would like. Yeah, I would like to talk in Spanish because the translation is working. So please, if you don't mind, turn to channel 4. Okay. Ready? Ya. Entonces, a ver, hay varios malentendidos con relación al uso de la tecnología, ¿verdad? Creo que el presumir que todo el mundo tiene acceso a la conectividad es uno de los primeros grandes errores. Entonces debemos aceptar, debemos reconocer que la tecnología, la conectividad no está al acceso de todos. Principalmente las comunidades rurales, comunidades indígenas, campesinos. Ellos no, la mayoría no, pero muchos no tienen acceso a Internet, entonces debemos trabajar en asegurar de que la infraestructura de conectividad llegue a este sector de la población y que los dispositivos también tecnológicos puedan llegar. Y trabajar también en el mantenimiento de estos dispositivos. Ahora, el acceso a tecnología no es suficiente, porque además tenemos que trabajar en la alfabetización digital. Asegurarnos de que estas comunidades entienden cómo utilizarlo, para qué utilizarlo, entienden cómo utilizarlo, para qué utilizarlo, y eso implica desarrollar herramientas y aplicaciones que estén adaptadas al contexto y a las necesidades de esas comunidades, incluso que sean en el idioma nativo. Y en Latinoamérica tenemos tantos pueblos indígenas, orígenes, con un montón de diversidad de lenguas, entonces no siempre tenemos en cuenta eso y llegamos de repente con contenidos en español o en portugués y resulta que que ser parte de ese proceso de rescate y sistematización del conocimiento ancestral. Ellos tienen que ser parte de la discusión de qué se difunde, cómo se difunde, para quién se difunde, y tenemos que reconocer que estas comunidades son los verdaderos dueños de ese conocimiento ancestral. Eso sería como líneas generales.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. That was, thank you for pointing to the point that we take it for granted that we are all connected and that everyone has Wi-Fi, which is actually ridiculous. So thank you for bringing that back. I'm going to take it to the audience. We've got about 10 minutes for question and answer. And perhaps we already have a hand up. I wanted to start the session with a quick video from showing an African perspective. So we have we've had great because we have South America and we have some of Asia. So we did also have one panelist giving an African perspective of how technology is being used, and we're ready to show it. Thank you.
Civil society, industries, media, and governments toward ESG. Start by creating your account to access all features of the Mining Accountability app. You can sign up using your email or Google. Once registered, simply log in to get started. This is the Mining Accountability app's home dashboard, the center of all activity. From here, you can access ESG performance tracking, report incidents, and view mine locations with real-time weather updates and engage with comprehensive, data-driven insights and alerts for proactive intervention. Our ESG company benchmarks and detailed metrics. With mine mapping, visualize nearby mining operations, their proximity to communities, water sources, protected areas, local weather, air quality data, and more. Stay informed on how local ecosystems are affected. What sets the app apart in its alpha stage is that submitted reports will trigger instant alerts to mining companies, facilitating direct engagement with communities, government agencies, activists, and searching for quick remedies. This feature not only highlights stakeholder concerns, but also demonstrates how companies address these issues, fostering a constructive, solution-oriented dialogue that benefits the industry directly through the Mining Accountability app. Add the details, upload media, and use geolocation to mark the exact spot, date, and time, all in real time in a few simple steps. Customize alerts to monitor key issues, from pollution levels to social grievances. Stay updated with real-time, data-driven insights that keep everyone informed and proactive. The Mining Accountability app, promoting ESG compliance in the mining sector. Visit www.sarwatch.co.za today to learn more.
Great. So that's from South African Resource Watch. So yet another example. So we're going to go to question and answer. So please say your name, your organization or affiliation. And I know we're being live streamed, so I don't know if there is a way to look forward and backwards at the same time. Please.
My name is Amy Kokenauer. I'm the CEO of Cadasta Foundation. And this is a dream panel to walk into the room because I'm a huge fan of Fundación Avina, IPAM, Map Biomas, and now Origa, my new favorite organization in Indonesia. Origa, my new favorite organization in Indonesia. I wanted to raise the issue. So Cadasta Foundation works on advancing tenure rights around the world, land tenure and resource rights for indigenous communities, local communities, smallholder farmers, informal settlements, etc. And using technology to map, document, and secure land rights. And one of the things things I wanted to bring up was something you were talking about, sort of the social aspects of mapping, and then you were talking about digital literacy and the role, the role of women in this space and the importance of gender inclusion in technology, deployment, training, application, all of that. In our work, what we found is kind of interesting is when we involve women as community mappers and ensure that they are part of the process, both in terms of being trained as mappers, but also data collectors, et cetera, it really improves the quality of the data that's being collected, particularly at the household level with women. And also, what we've also seen is the use of technology can strengthen women's claims around land, because we sort of require women's names to be put onto the form as in certain contexts. We can't always do that, but when it's possible to have the technology actually be an equalizer in getting women's names on land rights. And I just wanted to raise that and ask the panel, what has been your experience with regard to women's access to the technology and their engagement in it, and how that drives sort of social processes on the ground? Thank you.
It's great. I'm going to take a few more questions before we go ahead to the panel. Yes.
Another question for all the panel, whoever wants to answer this. Well, I don't know if you, how do you connect your work with technology, with the corporate standards regarding transparency? For example, a lot of sessions have been talking about the NFD, the Task Force for Nature, and I don't know, GRI and other standards regarding transparency in the corporate sectors. What is your thought about that? How can we improve the transparency in this matter? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take any more questions, and then we'll go back to the panel.
Interesting experience, because they are the ones that are driving their community. And regarding about the answer that we already published the mapping, still not yet. The Accountability Accelerator is working on them on the design of the mapping, and I think that the few we publish.
We'll definitely keep you updated as to when it's published. I think it will be really useful and really show that actually the connectivity building.
We will have more accurate things. That's from my experience. In terms of the companies, because we do also quite intensive advocacy for companies. Again, bringing, for example, at the moment there is a remedy framework of FSC timber. Bringing the map to reality. For example, now with Map Biomas, we can show the deforestation since 1988. So we know the track of the companies, we know who the companies, and bring that information to the forum. That's one thing. And I imagine if we can do, for example, mining, collaborative and mapping actors of mining, Latin America, with South, because some companies as the same, working in several countries. So bring that kind of transparency, I think it's one to answering that.
Thank you so much. Annie.
So this issue of women in technology is so it's really something, you know. Are working on that, bringing women to that, just to balance that. But on the other point, and we have another two initiatives at IPAM, which one is called I'm in the Map, which is to map communities that are invisible. They are there for like hundreds of years, but they would never need to be in the map. So we are doing that because they are being, how can I say, alert, Indigenous climate alert, which actually helps the indigenous groups to map alerts on deforestation, illegal mining, illegal fishing, illegal logging, whatever. And what we noticed is that to bring women to participate on the training was really hard, most for the indigenous, because it's like a man activity. But when they come, they are amazing. And exactly what you said, like women have a different perspective on how to actually map stuff and also include the things that are really important. And that's something.
Thank you, Annie. That's great, and we'll talk about it after the panel. But it makes me think about work I did also in Asia, where we said we want more women to come, but actually getting the women to come somehow was the challenge. But once the women were there, it was like yes. Okay, we're going to go to the final question, and I'm aware that we only have 10 minutes left, so I'm actually I'm going to ask the same question to everybody. Because I think that we have been talking during this session, it's been well discussed how technology can be used to halt reverse nature loss by 2030. And I think all of you gave very strong examples about why technology is so essential now and how do we make that technology accountable, inclusive, and how do we make it sort of be as effective as possible. So my question is, what is the magic in the global south? So I'm going to start with Timur, because I haven't started with you. And you, Timur, you got a perplexed look on your face. The panel's a bit caught by surprise by this, but it is an option. But please, 1 minute, please.
One word, I think, is skill sharings. How then that because we have Landsat that available for public. We have Sentinel. We have in satellite imagery. We have at least 3 meters resolution or 5 meters or 10 meters. So yeah, but then in also kind of digital history, again, the initiative to share the skills, it's the key. It's the magic word for me.
Yeah, I love it. Skill sharing. So really investing in this or making it more feasible, more possible, more supported in any way is great. Okay, Annie, how about you?
I think it's something that I have been thinking about. Now, in our days, we have so many opportunities, so many tools right there, and even some people, and we are still building new tools. Maybe they already exist. So it's skill set is important, but also knowing what is right there and knowing how to actually promote those tools in order to actually reach a point. And I'm just as short example, like we are working with the firefighters in Brazil, and when they are fighting fires, they use, I don't know, 5, 6 different tools. Okay, I'm gonna get this satellite imagery from here, I'm gonna get the wind from here, and so I mean it's so amazing. But why they don't have one just one tool that can aggregate everything? So I think that we still have a limit. We have a challenge of when having too much is not still enough.
It's such a great, excellent example. Thank you so much, Annie. Eduardo, tell me, what's your magic wand, magic ask?
Y el trabajo en red. Más biomas, los tres formamos parte de más biomas. Tenemos un desafío interesante de aquí hasta 2030 en mapear por lo menos el 70% de los bosques tropicales de todo el mundo. No sé si lo mencionaron o no. Entonces va a haber información. Entonces, ¿cómo hacemos para que la información llegue a los tomadores de decisiones? Para que la información llegue a los que lo necesitan. Entonces, ¿cómo llegamos con esa información para que el gobierno desarrolle políticas ambientales adecuadas? ¿Cómo hacemos para que llegue a los empresarios y puedan desarrollar planes de negocios que estén alineados con la conservación de la biodiversidad? ¿Cómo llegamos a los medios de comunicación para que desarrollen narrativas adecuadas para instalar el tema de la conservación y el uso sostenible de la biodiversidad? ¿Y cómo llegamos a las comunidades de base, ¿verdad? Que son los que están ahí en la primera línea de batalla, son los verdaderos defensores de la biodiversidad, y cómo hacemos para que ellos tengan esa información y lo puedan utilizar de una manera adecuada? Entonces yo creo que el trabajo en red va a permitir de que esa información que hoy está produciendo más biomas pueda llegar y pueda ser utilizada de manera efectiva por los diferentes actores de la sociedad.
Thank you, Eduardo. I think that, unfortunately, I think most people here understand and speak Spanish, so I may be the only one in the room who doesn't. But thank you so much, because our translation was not on for that one. But no, don't apologize. For people who don't speak Spanish, maybe can you very briefly just English top line?
Yeah, sure, for sure. What I said that we need to rely on network, because MapBioma is producing the information. We are involved in MapBiomas, and there is a challenge by 2030 that we will map at least the 70% of the tropical forests in the world. So the information will be available, but we need to work on how we manage that the one that takes decisions get the information. So how the government take the information and design environmental policies, how the private sectors get that information and use to develop business plans aligned with the conservation of the biodiversity, how the media use that information and install new narratives in the public, regarding the sustainable use of the biodiversity, and how the community gets to the local communities, which are the ones that they are the real defenders of the environmental, and they use the information properly.
Great, thank you so much. So we have come to the closing remark on the ground, practical examples in this real world that we're living on, where there are so many challenges. So please join me in thanking the panel. Thank you, the panel. I think everyone in this room agrees that technology, socially driven, locally driven technology is key. We need to have more conversations on how we can get the right information, the skills in place, accessed and being accessed by local communities, women to be properly expressing their views, their perspective built into how these technologies are coming into play, and particularly as these are coming into play, and particularly as it comes to like supply chains and minerals, where we went to deforestation, we went to fire. So I wanted to finish by encouraging everyone to continue to speak to our panelists and continually collaborate and engage through MapBiomas. So thank you for really demonstrating that in the best way. So thank you, everybody, and have a good COP16.
people. Indonesia.
Thank you. I'm sorry for my English is not so good.
I'm sorry because I also some people did hear it on channel
Okay,
4,
not
but my
okay.
channel 4 wasn't working, so
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
I'm happy that
me too? So thank you all for coming here today. I'm Angela Peterson. I run the philanthropy program at Sol de Janeiro. And this is Adu. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick? Our nature ambitions and our pathways to get there. So I'll just start by some technical difficulties with the presentation, but I'll briefly start just by talking about who Sol de Janeiro is if you haven't heard of the company yet. Can play the video really quick? Yeah? Great.
Todo mundo sabe disso. A pegada que ela tem. Vai novinha, vai novinha, vai novinha, vai novinha.
So I don't think the audio is working for that, but it's a really fun Brazilian song. So just believe me when I say that. But essentially, sorry. So I'm not sure why the formatting has changed, but we'll ignore it for now. But the company is all about being authentically true to yourself, about spreading joy and just being unapologetically yourself. And so at Sol de Janeiro, we really want to embrace that brand ethos into our sustainability mission as well. And so we're really focused on being authentic and transparent on progress, not perfection, engaging our consumers, and also spreading hope, because climate change and biodiversity loss is really scary. So we want to shed some light to that. In that sense, I want to start by saying we are not sustainable yet, and we are not nature positive or nature neutral yet, but we are trying to get there, and that's why we are here at this conference, to learn from all the best, to create important partnerships to get there. So why does a beauty company care about nature? Well, all of you guys probably consume at least one or two beauty products, and if you look at any label, you see that there's a plethora of natural ingredients that come from biodiverse regions that are in these products. So for Sol de Janeiro specifically, these are our key iconic ingredients that make our products so well known. And all these are sourced from the Amazon. What we also know, though, is biodiverse regions like the Amazon are significantly under threat, and we recognize this. And so what are we doing about it? So we are early on in our sustainability journey. The department was just created about a year ago. So right now we are focused on traceability. And this is a long process because we source about 300 unique ingredients, and each one of them has their own supply chain with multiple tiers and steps along the way, which makes it pretty complex. So what we have done is partnered with Peer Strategies, who has completed a comprehensive ingredient risk identification for us. So this can guide us where to start based off what ingredients have the riskiest supply chains in terms of environmental or social risk, as well as what ingredients do we have the potential for most action to influence change within those producers to be more regenerative or sustainable. Which brings me to my second point, is influence. So now that we've identified these risk areas or areas that we potentially have influence, what should we do? With Peer Strategies as well, we focused on identifying certain ingredients that are either less actionable or more actionable. So the way that we've broken this down across our supply chain, which is probably not unique just to us in the beauty industry, is less actionable would be ingredients that you don't source large quantities of or are coming from multiple commodities or have a very complex supply chain due to processing. Versus more actionable initiatives could be if you're sourcing very large quantities, if it's coming from one commodity, and if that supply chain is relatively not as complex. And so we're focusing on that category because change needs to start today. And so we want to use our influence to enact this sustainable change and work with our partners on the ground to become more sustainable or regenerative. To my last point then is to protect and restore. So traceability and influence takes a long time. And so another immediate action that we can do today is to reinvest into conservation projects that enhance biodiversity along the world. So Sol de Janeiro just created a new foundation, which is my role, this is where I come in, to work with amazing partners like IPE to have immediate impact on improving our land footprint, hopefully with the goal one day of being nature positive. So I will pass it on to you.
Okay. Thank you, Angela. Good afternoon again. Just to introduce myself again, my name is Eduardo Ditti. I'm the Executive Director of IPE. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, Angela. Thank you, Sol de Janeiro Foundation, for this opportunity. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we are doing in collaboration with Sol de Janeiro. But before starting my talk, I just would like to call your attention by the fact that until a couple of years ago, we could perceive that there was a huge gap of connection between the private sector, the private companies, with the biodiversity agendas. And we are very glad that Sol de Janeiro is starting by trying to listen what we have our vision and then try to collaborate since the beginning. I mean, this is really important and we must recognize it. And just to talk a little bit about IPE, IPE, for those who don't know, is a non-profit organization which is based in the state of São Paulo in Brazil. And we work in the Atlantic Forest, in the Amazon, in the Cerrado and Pantanal, and we have a group of 160 people, more or less. Those people are very diverse in terms of backgrounds, in terms of areas of interest, in terms of projects that they develop. But what they have in common is the commitment with the mission of the organization, which is to develop and disseminate models for conservation of biodiversity, promoting socioeconomic benefits through science, education, and sustainable businesses. Okay, and I took this infographic from the website of Map Biomes because I think it brings us some important information to serve as a guidelines on how to plan our actions. These infographics tells some important information in terms of one important issue in Brazil is the conversion of landscapes. It is showing that on the past 40 years we have lost more than 100 million hectares of native vegetation in the entire territory of Brazil. It also shows that the pasture area has increased in almost 80%. As well as the agriculture area has increased more than 3 times since 1985. So this is one important thing to be in our minds when we are planning our actions. And having these issues in mind, IPE was founded in 1992, and during those more than 30 years, we have developed this model of working. So we have projects focused on conserving single species. We have initiatives of environmental education. We work also with conserving and restoring areas of habitat for these species. We also look for engagement of local communities in every activity, in every site of projects. And we also work under a landscape perspective. I mean, we develop projects locally, but looking at how the landscapes can be managed. And also we use all the information that we gather through our projects to influence policies. And we develop everything based on scientific research and with the participation of stakeholders. We developed this model in the state of São Paulo in Brazil, and then we started to replicate this model to other regions. And our mission with the support of Sol de Janeiro Foundation is to replicate this model to the south of Bahia. For those who don't know, the south of Bahia is one region which is very important because there is located the central corridor of Atlantic forest, and it's considered a hotspot for biodiversity. It is one of the most diverse areas in tree species. It has a huge number of endemic species, I mean species that are found only in that region. There is also a mosaic of protected areas. The landscape is highly fragmented, and there is a vocation for agroforestry activities. So having all these issues in mind, we have been implementing some actions there, starting by planning and implementing biodiversity corridors. What we have done in the past 2 or 3 years was to identify the remaining fragments of forest, of Atlantic forest, in this area that goes from the Espírito Santo state until the south of Bahia. And we identified where would be the most appropriate places to establish corridors to let all the landscape connected. We have done this with support of several organizations, and now the next step is to work to amplify these images and go to the field to dialogue with stakeholders and landowners and indigenous peoples, because there are some conflicts by land ownership, some overlapping of farmers with indigenous. We need to work by establishing dialogues with the various players in order to let the lands available for restoring. And we have a goal of restoring at the beginning 111 hectares of Atlantic forest with the support of Sol de Janeiro Foundation. And there are also other organizations that are helping us in this process, including Procter & Gamble, Suzano Pulp Company, and others. And what we are going to do also is to bring some experiences and lessons that we have got in other regions where IP has been working for a longer time, including the Pontal do Paranapanema. There we have been working with dialogue with communities. We have fostering the development of rural startups, I mean some local companies that are carried by the local communities. And we also have been developing, implementing some technologies for restoring the lands. Just to finalize my presentation, I would like to say that since the beginning we have always understood that education is crucial for disseminating lessons of biodiversity. And by this reason, we have in our headquarters in the state of São Paulo a school named ESCAS, in which we offer several courses on conservation and sustainability. And we are also glad to say that Sol de Janeiro Foundation is also going to help us providing some scholarships for students who are not able to attend our courses. So just to finalize, I'd like to invite you to visit the IP's website, and I would like to thank all of you and thank Sol de Janeiro Foundation. Thank you.
Great. So we wanted to keep the presentation as short as possible so we can have an open dialogue, and forum where you can ask questions, comments, disagreements, etc., to have more of a collective discussion about this massive issue that we face. Businesses that I work for are predominantly responsible for causing the massive environmental degradation that we see, but we can also play a massive role in improving it and building it back. And so partnerships are key to do this. And yeah, happy to be here and opening the floor for any questions or comments, etc.
Thank you. That was really interesting. I have one question for you. What has been your experience in this year of sustainability? Just main takeaways, lessons learned for a company in terms of how you engage all this process on traceability, restoring, what made you decide to start on this journey, and some recommendations you can give to companies on how they can start this. Some recommendations you can give to companies on how they can start this journey as well, because it's not easy.
I don't have a earpiece, so I couldn't. No. Okay. So the question, yeah.
So the question is, what are some key lessons learned that you can share in terms of this year that you've engaged on sustainability, identifying ingredients and tracing, and just recommendations you can give to other companies that plan to engage in this sustainability journey as well?
Definitely. So yeah, definitely focus on that key progress, not perfection, because I feel sometimes, especially in the private sector, you can feel paralyzed at the many issues that you face, and also it's nerve-wracking to do something and communicate it out in the world, and the typical response is, well, it's not enough. Taking it really one step at a time by there. Also, too, you have to have the collective buy-in from the entire company, and so we're really thankful that our C-suite is completely committed to this mission, which makes it easier to have internal actors change their processes as well. We are also a part of a parent company called L'Occitane, so we're part of the L'Occitane group, and they have been in the biodiversity space for the past 20 years. And so we're really relying on them too to help guide how best to approach these issues, and just taking it a day at a time and doing what we can today while focusing on the future as well.
Hi, I'm Katie from the University of Oxford. I have another question for Sol de Janeiro, and it's a bit of a strange one maybe. So you were speaking about having influence in the kind of sphere, and I work in content creation, and I'm intrigued how you foresee kind of online creators and influencers and kind of people who are doing social media. Do you think that they can have an impact with kind of promoting more sustainable brands, and are Sol de Janeiro hoping to kind of branch out into that field and use kind of social media influence?
Yeah, whoa, it's very loud. So when I talk about influence, so we approach it in two ways. Our influence on how we can encourage producers, suppliers to change to be more sustainable, and also how to use our influence to help our consumers be more knowledgeable, know what biodiversity is, understand the threat. And so that's something that we're still trying to figure out, because it's so easy to be preachy, and you know, we don't know that secret sauce yet, but we sit in a good position where a lot of our consumers tend to be that Gen Z and Gen Alpha, where a study was recently published that they feel like they're not getting sufficient climate education. So we really want to help fill that void and figure out how to do it, whether that's through influencers, through other marketing pathways, not quite sure yet. But yeah, it's a definitely great point. And to overcome this problem, we need everybody. So we need the influencers, we need the companies, we need the nonprofit partners who are actually doing the work on the ground. So it's really about just building this ecosystem to enact change across it and being bold and taking risk. It's scary to try some of these new things, but just really taking that first step.
Hi, I'm Sophia from the Leaf Coalition, and this could be a question for either of you, both of you. But can you speak a little bit more to the influencing policy element that you mentioned? Is it on a local level, on a national level, in terms of, you know, maybe working with the government of Brazil for these traceability initiatives that you've mentioned?
Yes, first it's important to note that the civil society organizations, they have an important role and complementing the policies that are carried by the government. So there are some specific things that we can do as a civil society and the government cannot do. And sometimes we can establish a good connections with the government in order to do this. Just to give some examples. We have a lot of information, of scientific information, based on our research, for instance, indicating where are the best areas to protect. And we can organize these issues in a way that the government can use this information and create policies to better protect these areas. This is one example. And there are also some cases in which the government is not able to execute some actions because of the strong structure of the government. And the NGOs, the civil society, and the private sector are much more flexible and able to complement the actions of policies. Okay.
And how we see influence in relation to government is that we want to influence that change in areas where government regulation yet hasn't caught up. In the US, for example, where I'm from, the policy to call for more sustainable farming practices, et cetera, is far behind. And so we think that business can really fill that void right now and call for immediate action until that policy can catch up to that.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kato and I'm from the University of Leuven. Based on Janeiro, you said that you have the trace, influence, and protect and restore policy. And I was wondering the risks that you find within your supply chain, are those linked to the protect and restore step? Or is it just in general that you're decreasing the footprint of your company?
So the ultimate goal is to understand where all of our ingredients come from, down to the supplier. And that's a big task. I think a lot of times it's really understated how hard it is in the current economic system we live in. We are so far from that primary commodity to what it ends up in the end product. And that's a massive realization I had coming into the private sector, because my whole entire life has been in nonprofit before now. And so we're focusing on that. And then the goal, once you find out, is then to implement your sustainable sourcing policies. So you have some options, right, of either abandoning a supplier who has bad practices and no incentive to change. You can find new suppliers that are sustainable and fit within your sourcing policy, or you can work and collaborate with those people who are willing to change but need the know-how, need money to do it, etc. So that's how we see our three options. That takes time, and so that's why we created this foundation now to start reinvesting into landscapes and restore what we can, not only by funding trees in the ground, but also focusing on funding projects with that local community so they don't have to resort to practices like deforestation. So just more of a holistic approach to that. I hope I answered that.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question, if that's okay. In the European Union, there is a legislation coming which makes companies accountable for their impacts in the supply chain. And one of their concepts within this law is responsible disengagement. So you said that there is an option that you disengage with your supplier if they are not to your standards at your company. But is it also something you think about in the future, that if they do not have the resources to become more sustainable, that you with your foundation can support the operation?
Absolutely. It's definitely a possibility and something we want to do. And that's what I was talking about too with influence, is that we're a US company, we're very big and we sell in Europe, so we do have to comply, and those policies are great to incentivize change. But for companies who don't operate in Europe or don't have a big enough market share there that they need to resort to do that, that's where it's really important then to work one-on-one with your suppliers to figure out whether you can invest in change or you have to divest.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Debbie Saunders from Nature Helm, and we aggregate biodiversity data for specific sites all around the world. And so I guess it's great that you've started with this initiative. It's fabulous. I think actually taking action rather than not doing anything yet is awesome. But in terms of your supply chain, do you think you could take the same approach? Like once you know one location, you could start with that location instead of been daunted by having such a massive supply chain, because I think that there's ways of helping you achieve that as well, that within your actual supply chain.
That's definitely the goal too, and that's why our work with peer strategies is so important, to have that risk assessment to show us exactly where is the highest priority in terms of future deforestation or social and environmental risk. And so the ultimate goal to be nature positive, right, is to clean up your supply chain, do no more harm, and then surpass that. And the surpassing part of that is through the foundation, and we also see as an opportunity to invest into more innovative projects across the supply chain that don't quite yet have that proof of concept, and take a multi-tier approach to really do what we can where we can. Do you want to comment at all?
No, I just would like to complement, saying that sometimes we can see some player in the supply chain that maybe it doesn't comply with all the requirements in terms of environmental adequacy, but it's an opportunity for us to influence them and to help them to improve. This is one important responsibility that we have to bring to us as a partners.
See, we face the same problems that NGOs face too, in a sense where our supply chain is huge and big and scary, but the world is huge and big and scary too, so we just both have to figure out where to work, focus on that landscape, and then move on to the next. Great. I think that's good then, and we can end early and you can have a break between the back-to-back sessions. But yeah, if anything comes up, feel free to talk to either of us after. I always love to when people push back and give us new and better ideas and have ideas of collaborations and further partnerships, because definitely all in this together. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Então tem que falar tudo aqui? Estão ouvindo? Ah, gente, boa tarde a todos e todas. Prazer vocês aqui no evento. É um evento, é uma sala muda, daí a gente tem que usar os aparelhos, mesmo quem não precisa de tradução, para ouvir o evento, né, para não atrapalhar o ruído. Queria pedir desculpas pelo desconforto da gente não ter espaço suficiente, mas podem sentar, como a gente não vai ter apresentação de PowerPoint, se quiserem sentar aqui atrás, podem ficar à vontade, e a gente já vai começar num minutinho. Mas tem... Para se ouvir o evento, precisa usar os fones. Ouvir o evento por conta da falta de cadeira. De Saúde e Medicina Tradicional, da Organização Nacional dos Povos Indígenas da Amazônia Colombiana. Tá ouvindo? Sim, estão vindo todos? Não? Alguns estão? Será que a gente já... Vou dar uma foto para o Elcio da sala cheia. Participar do evento. Quem quiser ouvir também do lado de fora, tiver com fone e quiser ouvir do lado de fora, vai ser possível. A gente não vai ter apresentações de PowerPoint. Então, quem também quiser sentar aqui à frente também, aqui pode ficar à vontade. Eu sou Fernanda Bortolotto, sou da The Nature Conservancy do Brasil. Trabalho com políticas públicas de clima e é um prazer ter todos do Brasil. A Karen Oliveira, que vai moderar esse painel. Bom evento.
Muito boa tarde, pessoal. Um prazer estar aqui com todos vocês. Muita alegria em recebê-los aqui nesse debate tão importante sobre a conservação da natureza e a nossa luta para evitar a perda da biodiversidade. Esse nosso painel ele vai reunir lideranças indígenas, não só do Brasil, mas também da Colômbia, e também uma representação do governo brasileiro e de um dos nossos principais doadores na agenda de biodiversidade, clima e povos indígenas. Nossa ideia aqui é promover um diálogo sobre a questão da garantia de direitos dos territórios indígenas na América Latina. Como vocês sabem, as terras indígenas são essenciais para a conservação da biodiversidade. Temos nos indígenas os nossos verdadeiros guardiões, e sem o reconhecimento desses territórios, os países não vão conseguir cumprir as suas metas estabelecidas até 2030, dentro do novo marco global da biodiversidade. Nesse sentido, eu gostaria de começar os nossos trabalhos convidando, e eu tenho muita honra de convidar a Joênia Pichana, que é advogada, é política brasileira, foi a primeira mulher indígena a exercer a advocacia no Brasil e também a primeira deputada federal indígena do país. Atualmente, a Joênia Pichana é a presidente da Fundação Nacional dos Povos Indígenas, a FUNAI. E, com isso, a palavra é sua, Joênia. Muito obrigada. Uma honra ter você aqui. Por favor.
Muito obrigada, Karen. Eu quero, desde já, desejar boa tarde a todos e a todas. E cumprimentar meus parentes indígenas que estão aqui presentes, na pessoa do nosso coordenador aqui, da COIAB, Toy Machineri, e todas as mulheres indígenas aqui presentes. Agradecer o convite do TNC para estar presente nessa mesa, desse diálogo, e trazer uma fala de contribuição dos povos indígenas para um tema que é tão importante hoje para o planeta, que é a proteção da biodiversidade. E é importante falar isso porque dentro das conferências internacionais nós falamos tanto da proteção e mudanças climáticas, de esforços coletivos, e que muitas vezes, né, os povos indígenas têm se debruçado a trabalhar ferramentas concretizando indígenas. E eu trago aqui um exemplo concreto de esforços dos povos indígenas que se reuniram, alguns anos atrás. Eu estou falando da Política Nacional de Gestão Territorial Ambiental em Terras Indígenas, o PNGAT, como todos conhecem no Brasil, e que foi um exemplo, e é um exemplo hoje, de um processo que foi construído com a participação dos povos indígenas, que veio fazendo várias reuniões junto com o governo, junto com os parceiros, para construir um documento que é considerado uma ferramenta de governança e que hoje ele está, digamos assim, sendo recuperado. Por que eu digo isso? Porque na época que foi construído, em 2012, né, inclusive eu trouxe para algumas pessoas que está aqui, se quem estiver interessado tem um exemplar aí, em que está aqui, se quem estiver interessado tem um exemplar aí em duas línguas, espanhol e inglês, que mostra o processo dessa construção em diversas oficinas. E é importante que o resultado chegou nesse documento construído pelos povos indígenas, que demonstra de uma forma bem clara a importância dos territórios indígenas, tanto da proteção dos povos indígenas, como também dos recursos naturais. Nós não podemos desassociar. Se existe um território protegido, é porque tem alguém que está trabalhando para isso. Não se pode separar natureza, meio ambiente, dos seres vivos que estão ali, dos povos indígenas, das pessoas que vivem dos recursos naturais. Também não pode privá-lo da utilização. Por isso que o PNGAT sempre é uma referência, ao meu ver, é uma referência que direciona, mas que dá resposta para todas as conferências que a gente ouve. Quando me perguntam, é importante a participação dos povos indígenas? Sim, inclusive o próprio PNGAT, ele fala da governança e participação indígena. Fala, os povos indígenas, eles têm alguma política de proteção ao meio ambiente? Se trabalha da proteção territorial e ambiental. Quando se fala, é considerado estratégia para os povos indígenas a conservação da biodiversidade? Sim, está no eixo 3 da PNGAT. Quando você verificar, mas os povos indígenas têm política de uso sustentável dos recursos naturais? Sim, e colocaram isso dentro da PNGAT de uma forma a incentivar o uso dos recursos naturais em terras indígenas. E aí, hoje, nós temos passado no Brasil por um período de seca, de crises climáticas. Agora, recentemente, quase todos sofreram com queimadas, né? O Brasil todo era só fumaça. E hoje nós estamos pensando muito em adaptação. Estamos pensando em perdas e danos. Estamos pensando em enfrentamento a essa crise climática. E aí a gente vê, mas tem documentos construídos? Aí eu vou dizer, tem aonde? No PNGAT. Né? Que fala da recuperação das áreas degradadas. Então, tem documentos construídos? Tem, desde 2012. Tem direcionamento? Tem. E esse é o interesse dos povos indígenas, trazerem como política nacional. Aí, justamente nessa recuperação que nós estamos pensando também. Pensando tanto fazer levantamentos das terras que estão degradadas, que foram queimadas, incêndios criminosos, decorrente também à crise climática, mas até essas questões de eventos extremos que a gente viu este ano e no ano passado, com as inundações, uma lá no sul do país, aqui na Amazônia, os rios cercanos, o Xingu pegando fogo, né? Eu recebi telefonemas desesperadores, cacique Raoni, da família, dizendo, cacique, que a vida toda lutou para proteger a floresta em pé, hoje está vendo as principais matas nativas pegando fogo. Então, assim, é de interesse dos povos indígenas recuperar? Sim. Ainda bem, né, que começou a chover. E aí também nós falamos das estratégias. As estratégias sobre o quê? Sobre capacitação, formação e intercâmbio. É justamente nas linhas de investir em algumas categorias, como a gente já vê, atuando junto com o governo. Existe a maior brigada dentro do Prévio Fogo, é a Brigada Indígena. E fez a diferença muito grande nesse período de incêndio das florestas. Tem os agentes ambientais ali que a Cineia, lá do C, vive formando. Né? Tem outros guardiões de florestas que têm enfrentado desafios de grilagem, madeireiros, invasores, que alertam as autoridades nesse processo de fiscalização. Então é preciso, sim, investir nessas formações, é preciso encorajar. A FUNAI tem essas parcerias, junto com o IBAMA, agora, mais recente com o ICMBio, justamente para resolver algumas questões, como eu falei ontem no evento, da sobreposição de unidade de conservação em terras indígenas, para que se avancem no diálogo e na participação dos povos indígenas. Então, eu falei dos 7 eixos do PNGAT, porque algumas pessoas imaginam que a gente não tem proposta, mas tem. E o PNGAT é uma resposta bem clara do que os povos indígenas já viram enxergando. Então, para concluir, que eu creio que é muito importante a gente trazer aqui na COP, tanto do ponto de vista da proteção da biodiversidade como o enfrentamento a essa crise, que os povos indígenas têm que ter esses passos permanentes, tanto não somente na discussão, não somente como pesquisa, mas como protagonista na defesa dos seus direitos. E é importante lembrar que, não somente na Amazônia, né, mas em outros biomas que estão inteiramente, digamos, ligados, seja a Amazônia, a gente sempre costuma dizer na FUNAI, quando procura apoio para a proteção das terras indígenas, que muitas pessoas se interessam para projetos para a Amazônia, né? Aí eu digo, mas nós temos uma Amazônia lá no Cerrado, tem a Amazônia lá na Mata Atlântica, tem a Amazônia no Pampas, tem a Amazônia lá no protegida, cobiçada, mas também valorizada, que o que existe hoje lá nas Amazônias do Brasil, né, elas consideram importante para essa estratégia desses enfrentamentos a essas crises climáticas que nós estamos vivendo. E é importante salientar que não é somente uma floresta, mas que ali nas florestas tem pessoas. Tem pessoas que precisam comer. Tem pessoas que precisam se proteger, que tem que ter segurança. Tem pessoas que têm conhecimentos que são adquiridos e que precisam repassar para as próximas gerações. Tem pessoas que são os povos indígenas que estão ali doando sua vida para que outras, além das territórios indígenas, usufruírem também aquela qualidade que hoje beneficiam a todos. Então, a FUNAI, como órgão indigenista federal, tem estado do lado dos povos indígenas, tem levantado, digamos assim, essa importância das terras indígenas, das suas regularizações fundiárias, da livre invasão, porque não é somente demarcar, a gente precisa estabelecer a proteção, a segurança e, principalmente, a gestão, para que dê possibilidade para que os povos indígenas continuem a contribuir com o que já contribuem, mantendo a floresta em pé, fazendo com que essa floresta sequestre o carbono, fazendo com que as boas práticas não prejudiquem o solo e que não possam avançar as invasões e que continuem fazendo esse papel de guardiões. Então, esse é o nosso papel, é nossa missão institucional e que a gente vem trazendo aqui para os fóruns internacionais para somar a voz dos povos indígenas. E aí, agradecer, porque hoje, né, eu, como vindo da Amazônia, uma das Amazônias do Brasil, né, eu sempre tive uma consideração muito grande nessa discussão do PNGAT. E foi por isso que, quando era parlamentar, né, quando eu vi parado esse programa, que foi um programa que foi construído de forma coletiva e participativa, e ficou parado nos anos que o Brasil teve, uns anos ruins de retrocesso, de negacionismo, e que quando eu entrei no Congresso Nacional para assumir um mandato Um dos projetos meu, como projeto-lei, foi não ter somente um programa de governo, mas que fosse transformado em uma política de Estado. E foi daí que eu peguei e transformei isso em um projeto-lei. Então, hoje está no Congresso Nacional, projeto 47 de 2022, que transforma este programa da Política Nacional de Gestão Ambiental em lei. Isso, quando aprovado, já foi aprovado em 3 comissões, isso, quando aprovado, vai independer de presidente. Ele vai ser uma política de Estado, para que ele respeite os povos indígenas, as suas formas tradicionais, os seus princípios e valores com a terra, para que se torne um valor em lei. Então, essa é a nossa governança, é a nossa estratégia para proteger os povos indígenas, a biodiversidade, enfrentamento climático e dar uma resposta que nós estamos indo numa direção certa. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigada, Joênia. Parabéns. Pois é. Nós precisamos de políticas públicas que realmente deem escala e que aumentem a garantia dos territórios indígenas. E para fortalecer esse debate, eu quero convidar agora os nossos palestrantes e começar representando justamente para ter essa diversidade de opiniões, né? Então, representando a Organização Nacional dos Povos Indígenas da Amazônia Colombiana, eu gostaria de convidar ao palco Juan Alberto Pátria, coordenador de Saúde e Medicina Tradicional da Organização Nacional dos Povos Indígenas da Amazônia Colombiana. Por favor, tome seu lugar. Gostaria também de convidar pela COIAB, o Toya Maquineri. A COIAB é a Coordenação das Organizações Indígenas da Amazônia Brasileira. Toya, você toma seu assento também, por favor. Muito bem-vindo. Pela APIB, que é a Articulação dos Povos Indígenas do Brasil, Cretancaigang, por favor, tome seu assento também, que é coordenador executivo pela ARPINSU, finalmente, for the Global Environmental Facility, Sarah White. Welcome. Bom, este é um evento que podemos falar em espanhol, português e inglês. Estejam todos à vontade, por favor. E eu gostaria de começar com que cada um fizesse uma pequena apresentação, uma apresentação da sua pessoa e uma apresentação também de sua organização. Então, que tal começar por você, Sarah?
Thank you. I'm going to speak in English. So get your headphones on if you need them. Thank you. My name is Sarah Wyatt. I am a senior biodiversity specialist at the Global Environment Facility. I focus on working with Latin America, and I also lead our engagement with Indigenous peoples and local communities. O melhor que, bueno, puedo hablar en español, pero otra opción. Entonces, bueno. So at the Global Environment Facility, we serve as the financial mechanism for the CBD, along with 5 other international conventions. So we are supporting the global environment in all sorts of forms, working on climate change, biodiversity, many types of issues like that. So we're here as both a financial mechanism for supporting the CBD. We are also the host of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, which you are probably hearing about a lot while you are here. So.
Thank you so much. Juan, ¿puedes presentarte y presentar tu organización también ahora? ¿Sí?
Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas. Muy orgulloso de la flor de Inírida, la insignia de la COP16 de la Amazonía colombiana. Para todos ustedes, mi nombre es Juan Alberto Sánchez. indígena cubeo del departamento del Guainía. Nuestra organización nacional de los pueblos indígenas de la Amazonía colombiana, OPIAC, una organización que representa 64 pueblos de Colombia, de la Amazonía colombiana. He venido pues acompañando este proceso de los pueblos indígenas en la Amazonía colombiana y también el movimiento indígena nacional, todos los pueblos indígenas de Colombia, 115 pueblos. Soy de profesión enfermero, pero me he dedicado ya a la parte política organizativa de Colombia. Muchas gracias.
E agora cambiamos outra vez para português. Cretan, que tal? Apresentar você e a sua organização, por favor.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas. Meu nome é Cretan Caingangue. Eu estou na coordenação executiva da PIB pela região sul do Brasil. Meu bioma é Mata Atlântica, fica divisa com Paraguai, Argentina e Uruguai. A Articulação dos Povos Indígenas é uma organização nacional que veio de uma demanda do movimento indígena nacional a partir de 2004, durante o acampamento Terra Livre. E a PIB, hoje as organizações que são base da Articulação dos Povos Indígenas do Brasil, lá pela região sul, Erpin Sul, pela região sudeste, Erpin Sudeste, pelo centro-oeste, Conselho Terena e Atiguaçu, e Comissão de Terra Guarani, pela Amazônia, Coiabe, e pelo Nordeste, Apoime. E a atuação da Articulação dos Povos Indígenas do Brasil é defender os direitos dos povos indígenas, as políticas, ajudar, discutir as políticas que sejam referentes a nós, povos indígenas, e atua tanto a nível nacional quanto a nível internacional aí para poder garantir o direito aí nosso como povos indígenas. E eu também não posso deixar aqui de pedir uma força para cada um de nós que está aqui, para a nossa companheira Mariazinha Baré, né, que perdeu o pai essa madrugada, e é muito custoso para nós, lideranças indígenas, para nós, as mulheres, os jovens, os líderes. Custa caro para nós lutar pelos nossos direitos, lutar pela nossa biodiversidade, lutar pela questão das mudanças climáticas, do aquecimento global, porque quando acontece de nós perder um parente nosso, geralmente estamos em luta. E dentro da luta entramos em luto. Então a nossa força de cada um que está aqui, a Mariazinha Baré, que já está retornando ao Brasil para poder ver pela última vez aí o seu pai, mas que ele descanse em paz e que Topé, que Nhanderu receba lá, porque sabemos da importância de cada indígena que parte e que vai para o mundo da espiritualidade. Então, muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado, e os nossos sentimentos também para Terezinha. E agora, Toia, você pode apresentar você e a Coiabe?
Boa tarde a todos e todas. Meu nome, né, que o homem branco conhece, é Elcio, né? Mas meu povo me conhece como Toia, né? Sou do povo Manchinero do estado do Acre, divisa do Brasil, Peru e Bolívia. E entro no movimento indígena aos 15 anos, né, no estado do Acre. Hoje eu tenho 56 anos, tenho um pouquinho já de estrada, né, na luta, na defesa do direito dos povos indígenas e na própria defesa dos meus direitos enquanto indígena, né? A Coiabe, hoje ela tem 35 anos de existência. Ela nasce após a Constituição de 1988, porque antes de 1988, os povos indígenas eram tutelados do Estado, né? Então nós não tínhamos direito de nos representar enquanto povos, não tínhamos direito de falar nossa língua, não tínhamos direito de nos organizar enquanto povos indígenas, né? Então a Constituição de 1988, ela traz né, esses direitos, né? Claro que foi necessário nós fazermos várias mobilizações para nós conquistar 2 capítulos, né, da Constituição do país. E a COIAB, ela está presente nos 9 estados da Amazônia brasileira, né? Hoje nós estamos, né, sobre o poder dos povos indígenas, vamos dizer assim, 110 milhões de hectares na Amazônia brasileira, 180 povos, né, 470 contatos, né? Então essa é o tamanho da COIAB na Amazônia brasileira. E a COIAB também, como o irmão Cretan falou, ela faz parte da APIB, que é a Articulação dos Povos Indígenas do Brasil. A COIAB também faz parte, né? E a nível internacional, temos uma participação também na COICA, né? Que é a coordenadora das organizações da Bacia Amazônica, né? Então, a COIAB, ela tem pautado durante todos esses 35 anos de existência na retomada, né, dos territórios dos povos indígenas, na implementação de uma política de qualidade, né, de educação, de saúde, né, de respeito, né, aos conhecimentos dos povos indígenas, né, e o modo, né, dos povos indígenas se organizar no território brasileiro e na Amazônia brasileira, né? Então esse é um pouco o que a COIAB faz, né? E para finalizar essa primeira parte, né, quero agradecer aqui o convite da TNC, que é uma parceira, né, que vem trabalhando com a COIAB, com os povos indígenas já há muito tempo, né? E também agradecer a presença de todos os amigos que estão aqui, né? Desde a FUNAI, né, da UIEB, né, outros que estão aí, né? E lideranças indígenas também que estão aqui, né? Jovens lideranças mais antigas, né? Porque é necessário a gente misturar os conhecimentos para que possamos cada vez mais fortalecer o nosso movimento, né? Significa o quê? Significa criar novas lideranças para que dá continuidade ao trabalho que a gente exerce, né? Porque a gente não somos as únicas pessoas que podem desenvolver, né, atividades, mas outros virão e continuarão o nosso trabalho para que cada vez mais, né, nosso povo tenha, né, dignidade para viver com tranquilidade nos seus territórios.
Muito obrigado, Toia. Nós temos 2 lugares aqui, se alguém quiser vir aqui para frente, sentar. Temos aqui 2 lugares na frente que estão vagos, caso alguém queira sentar aqui. Eu gostaria de começar com o Juan. Juan, tem uma pergunta para ti. Dentro dessa perspectiva da OPIAC e considerando aqui a fala que a Joênia nos trouxe, né, sobre a política de gestão ambiental e territorial indígena no Brasil, quais são os principais instrumentos de gestão ambiental e territorial, né, para os povos indígenas na América Latina que você reconhece? ¿Ha escuchado? ¿No? Entonces voy a preguntar en español para facilitar, ¿vale? ¿No escucha? Alguém pode ajudar, por favor? Alguém pode ajudar aqui com o aparelho, por favor? Não está funcionando? Ahora sí? Ahora sí, ¿está mejor? Perfecto. Entonces, mi pregunta para ti es, ¿cuáles son los principales instrumentos de gestión ambiental y territorial, ¿vale? Para los pueblos indígenas en la América Latina? ¿Cuáles son estos instrumentos que vosotros reconocen y la importancia de ellos, ¿vale?
Sí, muchas gracias. Realmente nosotros valoramos el esfuerzo que se hace desde el gobierno en Colombia. Hemos logrado que los pueblos indígenas seamos autoridades públicas y de gobierno en nuestro territorio. Son ganancias políticas del movimiento indígena. Realmente esto es las apuestas y la lucha que siempre hemos mantenido. Históricamente tenemos nuestros planes de vida. Antes, como lo decían los colegas, es el manejo oral de lo que tenemos nosotros como pueblo. Ahora hemos logrado tener escritos estos planes de vida. Tenemos entidades territoriales indígenas que tienen la función de la gobernanza y la administración en nuestros territorios. A través de la norma hemos logrado estos escenarios para poder gobernar nuestros propios territorios. Muy reciente este gobierno ha firmado el decreto de la autoridad ambiental para los pueblos indígenas de Colombia, a pesar de que existen instituciones que se encargan a nivel de país de hacer este control y gobernanza ambiental. Nosotros como pueblos indígenas en nuestro territorio ahora somos autoridad ambiental. Entonces esto nos alegra mucho a nosotros como pueblos indígenas, que nos da la autonomía territorial, el manejo de nuestro territorio y poder gobernarlo y organizarlo de acuerdo a nuestro sistema de conocimiento. Entonces, a pesar de que hemos logrado todas estas normas que nos regulan y nos representan como pueblos, pero queremos resaltar el manejo ambiental desde las autoridades tradicionales, nuestras abuelas, nuestros abuelos, que milenariamente y espiritualmente han administrado los territorios. Y es ahí donde nosotros tenemos la fortaleza como pueblos indígenas de Colombia, ¿no? Y toda la Amazonía, Colombia, ¿no? Y toda la Amazonía es lo que a nosotros nos identifica. Todo el tema espiritual, el tema que es así como nuestros abuelos desde la misma creación vienen organizando para poder llegar y administrar el territorio y tener ese diálogo con la naturaleza, la biodiversidad. Somos hermanos con la naturaleza, con el río, con la laguna, y por eso somos los cuidadores de la naturaleza y la Amazonía colombiana. También resaltar la labor que hacen nuestras autoridades, ¿no? Nuestros gobiernos indígenas que nos representan en las instancias nacionales e internacionales. Aprovechar y saludarlo en nombre de nuestro presidente Osvaldo Muca, presidente de la Organización Nacional de los Pueblos Indígenas de la Amazonía colombiana, OPIAC. Pero es así como la lucha continúa y es necesario que todos los amigos de la Amazonía, los que hablamos de la Amazonía desde el nivel nacional, internacional, podamos apoyar y aportar directamente con la financiación a los territorios indígenas, porque hemos sido los cuidadores de estos territorios. Entonces hacemos un llamado no solo a nuestro país Colombia, sino a todos aquellos países a la conservación y a la ayuda de la financiación de todos los procesos internos en los territorios. El mensaje que enviamos nosotros no solo a Colombia sino al mundo es poder hacer un diálogo con todos los países para conservar la Amazonía colombiana y la Amazonía del mundo, ¿no? Aquí los colegas del Brasil, que también hacen parte de los 9 países de la cuenca amazónica. Entonces ese es nuestro llamado. Hay una lucha, tenemos escenarios, hemos ganado escenarios, normatividad, pero hace falta. Muchas veces se queda en el papel, cierto, escrito, pero no se hace ni se materializa en los territorios indígenas. Muchas gracias.
É muito interessante conhecer a metodologia e a forma como vocês tratam a política chamando de planos de vida, não é? E aí, nesse sentido, eu queria já passar para o pessoal aqui do Brasil, trazendo para a PIB. E aí, Cretan, quero fazer a mesma pergunta para você. Na sua perspectiva, quais são esses instrumentos fundamentais para a implementação dos planos de gestão territorial e ambiental no Brasil?
Eu acho que aquele meio trilhão do orçamento do governo Lula para o agronegócio no Brasil resolveria toda essa política, né? Eu acho que todos concordam com a gente, né? Falar sobre política de gestão ambiental e territorial, dá a impressão que a gente começa a falar da política de 2014, né? 2012, desculpa, porque no decreto da presidente Dilma. A parceria com a TNC, ela é bem mais antiga nessa luta por ter uma política de gestão ambiental e territorial, que começa ainda lá por 2004, eu e o Toy somos sobreviventes ainda dessa geração, da luta por essa política. Talvez eu não fale muito sobre, talvez dentro da expectativa do documento, mas eu também acho que essa minha fala eu também acho de fundamental importância, porque às vezes a gente desconhece a história dessa luta, dá a impressão que é o governo que vem nos dar uma política. Não é bem assim. Nós começamos ali em 2004, então, pelo GEF Indígena, que a gente discutiu tudo hoje o que tem dentro da PNGAT lá em 2004. Então, com a ministra Marina Silva, na época, aonde na época a gente não tinha PIB, a gente ainda tinha um grupo de lideranças da COIAB, da POIME, lá da região sul, que marcamos uma reunião, então, no 7º andar, lembro até hoje, em 2004, com a Marina Silva, e ali a gente começa essa discussão referente à questão de discutir uma política. Como ainda até hoje, desde 88, a gente não é mais tutelado pelo órgão indigenista FUNAI, nem pelo MPI e qualquer instância de governo, na época nós encerramos o projeto. O maior exemplo que foi na época foi referente à questão de nós, pela primeira vez, os povos indígenas no Brasil fazer uma consulta de norte a sul, sul, centro-oeste, para inúmeras populações indígenas que participaram de toda essa construção, então, do Fundo Nacional, que a gente na época discutia, que era um projeto, né, que a gente tinha, que a gente referendava, que naquela época as organizações indígenas seriam, então, as gestoras desse recurso, para que a gente pudesse fazer conforme foi a consulta às regiões, a todos os biomas brasileiros, ficava então em parceria com a TNC e com as organizações indígenas. Mas na época a FUNAI levou para ela o projeto e ficou 2 anos na mão da FUNAI. Depois o movimento já com a PIB, a gente conseguiu recuperar novamente esse projeto da PNGAT. E então no projeto GAT, ali a gente rediscutiu tudo novamente, fez todas as consultas novamente, para daí em 2012 nós chegar aí na política nacional, um decreto presidencial. Então a gente tem que ter muito cuidado, porque às vezes essas políticas não são jovens, ela é muito caro para nós, como é o caso do Toy, o meu e de várias outras lideranças mais antigas que participaram de toda essa construção no seu território, que colocou todo... acreditou em nós naquele momento, o movimento indígenas e os parceiros que se discutia na época, e a gente não conseguiu concluir até hoje. Porque a gente sabe que ainda para nós chegar numa política nacional de gestão ambiental que venha proteger os nossos territórios, e nós todos aqui sabemos da importância para a biodiversidade, para a questão climática, aí para as catástrofes ambientais que acontecem em todo o Brasil e também em outros países, é necessário orçamento, é necessário recurso. A presidente Joêmia aqui, né, ela falou tecnicamente tudo o que envolve a questão da PNGAT, o plano da PNGAT, né? E ela ainda é autora da lei que tramita no Congresso Nacional, né? Já está lá praticamente quase 2 anos. É bem diferente de uma PEC, por exemplo, 48, de uma PL aí 14701. É bem diferente, porque caiu lá dentro, passou. Quando é uma coisa de fundamental importância, um projeto de lei de fundamental importância para o planeta, porque quando a gente fala para os povos indígenas, isso é para o planeta, aí as coisas não andam, não tem orçamento, mas os trilhões ali para o agro tem. E o maior responsável por tudo isso que acontece no mundo todo hoje é o agro. E outros investidores, né, que tem aí, seja eles aí na questão petróleo, na questão gás, né, porque o Brasil vai virar um canteiro de petróleo e gás nos próximos anos. Mas é necessário. Eu acredito que a política ela vem proteger, ela tem que garantir os territórios, porque garantindo os territórios aí sim nós temos aí a nossa biodiversidade, porque a COP Clima e a COP Biodiversidade elas caminham cada uma para um lado. Mas para nós eu acredito que a bio é mais importante, porque sem a bio como que você vai enfrentar o climático, né? Então é de fundamental importância a gente unir essas duas forças em algum momento para que a gente possa construir e caminhar aí em conjunto e a gente possa realizar as nossas políticas e elas possam contribuir sim aí para o planeta todo. Então eu acho que a minha fala seria essa, né? Eu tenho o meu jeito de falar, né? Talvez a expectativa era uma outra, mas eu não podia deixar de fazer uma fala sem contar o histórico de luta, né? Quantos companheiros nós perdemos nessa construção que já não estão mais aqui, mas que ajudaram na construção de tudo isso que está acontecendo hoje. O exemplo é a nossa companheira Mariazinha, né? Que teve que voltar porque perdeu o pai. Então, todas essas coisas é caro para o movimento indígena, é caro para nós, os povos indígenas em todo o Brasil. Mas a gente está aí, né? Se ajoelhar e se voltar atrás é só para dar 10 para frente. Se voltar um passinho para trás para dar 10 para frente. Então, é esse que nós, povos indígenas, precisamos manter essa luta aí. Muito obrigado.
E você traz uma reflexão muito importante, né? Porque é um processo coletivo, é uma construção coletiva, e acho que isso é fundamental. E aí eu já queria pegar carona na sua fala e passar diretamente para o Toia, porque a ferramenta que faz a PNGAT funcionar são os PGTAs, né? Os Planos de Gestão Territorial e Ambiental. Então, Toia, queria que você contasse um pouco para a gente qual é a situação dos PGTAs na Amazônia brasileira, como é que isso é monitorado, está dando certo? Quantos a gente já tem?
Bom, é uma pergunta muito importante, né, para a gente. Mas primeiro, gostaria de trazer um pouco, né, essa reflexão, né, que o Cretan traz para a gente, né, que para nós povos indígenas tem custado muito caro, né, garantir, né, a biodiversidade e a floresta em pé, né? Temos sido assassinados, temos sido violados nossos direitos, né, como está acontecendo hoje no Brasil, né, com relação às PEC e às PL que ele traz, né? E pensando assim, né, como que o próprio país, né, ele vai proteger, né, o direito dos povos indígenas, né? Se a gente está pensando, quando eu falo a gente, o povo brasileiro, através da presidência, pensando na exploração de petróleo, né, de gás, né? É possível explorar talvez, mas nós temos que pensar também no meio ambiente. E aí eu vejo que, né, uma questão é o Estado criar leis que realmente olhem para a vida, né? Não olhe apenas para o mercado, né? A questão dos PGTAs, nós temos hoje na Amazônia, entre PGTAs, etnozoneamento, né, mapa de vida, né, nós temos 188 planos de gestão, né? Então nós fizemos um levantamento, né, esse ano, né, então são 180 na Amazônia, né? Agora, saber como que estão esses projetos, né, esses planos de vida, né, é o segundo momento que nós vamos estar, né, que nós vamos estar analisando PGTA por PGTA para ver que tipo de ação já foi feita, né, através dos planos, né? E a gente sabe também, né, que para implementar, né, o PGTA é necessário, né, um recurso significante. Em 2007, 2012, por aí, né, havia um levantamento, né, feito pela própria TNC, através de uma consultoria que nós custaríamos, né, para implementar a PNGAT. Naquela época, em 2012, precisaríamos de 790 milhões de dólares, né? Então, hoje, para a gente talvez implementar, né, essa política que para a gente, né, ela é muito importante porque foi construída por nós e juntamente com o governo, juntamente com nossos parceiros, né, necessitaria de um recurso bastante grande para fazer valer, né, a Política Nacional de Gestão Ambiental em Territórios Indígenas, porque ela é fundamental para que possamos garantir, né, como a presidente da FUNAI falou, não só fortalecer a organização social, mas recuperar as áreas degradadas, né, dos territórios que foram degradados, não pelos povos indígenas, mas por terceiros, né? Então, a ferramenta da PNGAT ela é importante para todos, né, os povos indígenas do Brasil, né, que foi a primeira vez também que se pensou não só numa política que olhasse para a Amazônia, né? Aí nós pensamos uma política que olhasse para todos os biomas, porque não é só a Amazônia, né, que faz o mundo girar, né? São todos os biomas e todos os conhecimentos, né? Então é necessário que a gente também, enquanto, né, povos indígenas, enquanto Estado, enquanto parceiro, olhamos para outras realidades, né, e biomas, né, porque a ação ela tem que ser completa, né? Não podemos só, vamos dizer, olhar para a Amazônia, jogar recursos para a Amazônia, enquanto nós estamos desmatando no Sul, estamos desmatando no Nordeste, estamos matando em todo canto, né? Então ela tem que ser global, né, para que possamos realmente garantir, né, a vida dos povos indígenas e garantir a biodiversidade viva, né? Então eu vejo que também uma das questões que nós podemos estar trabalhando com um instrumento, né, que vai garantir a biodiversidade para mais tempo, são a demarcação dos territórios indígenas. Demarcação dos territórios indígenas, demarcação de reserva extrativista, demarcação, aliás, criação de unidade de conservação, né? Porque isso sim que vai garantir para as futuras gerações, para as gerações que estão hoje, uma qualidade de vida que nós temos hoje ainda, né? Caso contrário, talvez nós vamos ter um deserto, né? E aí esse manto verde sagrado que é a Amazônia, de diversas culturas, de diversos conhecimentos, vai desaparecer. E o culpado vai ser nós, né? Por isso que nós estamos lançando uma campanha que se chama, né, A Resposta Somos Nós. Né? Mas não os povos indígenas, a resposta somos todos nós que vivemos no planeta Terra. Porque cada um de nós somos responsáveis pelo que fazemos nesse planeta, né? Se seja de bom ou seja de ruim. Então, por isso nós lançamos a campanha A Resposta Somos Nós, para que todos possam refletir e tentar, junto com os povos indígenas, salvar, né, as florestas tropicais, mas também, né, fortalecer mais ainda, né, o modo de vida e os conhecimentos dos povos indígenas deste planeta.
Muito obrigado, Toia. E Toia traz para nós mais uma reflexão, a importância do financiamento, né? Os valores são altos, sabemos que o desafio é grande. E aí eu gostaria de perguntar para a Sara, enquanto representante do GEF, que historicamente tem um papel super importante na implementação da PNGAT no Brasil. Temos uma experiência real em relação a isso, no desenvolvimento do PGTA e da sua implementação. E Sara, como é que estão sendo esses esforços do GEF em manter esse financiamento, em captar mais fundos e ajudar também que os indígenas possam acessar diretamente esses recursos? Conta um pouco para a gente dessa realidade.
So thank you. First of all, I feel really honored to be on this panel with an incredible group of leaders here, and I know it has been such a battle for many of you to get here and with all that you were talking about with Penugachi. So the GEF was part of supporting Penugachi, the laws that came with it, the implementation of that, along with, I'm sure, many other partners and a lot of work by many people in this room and many others. So there was a GEF project a number of years ago. And now, so those plans have been developed, and there's still work being done on many of them. But now, through the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, that is part of the GEF, no se escucha. Puedo hablar en español, pero... Puedo hablar en español, si alcanza, pero... Portugués. Okay, it's working just fine. Maybe I need to be really close to the microphone. Further. Like this much. I'm getting instructions. Okay, that far. Thank you. We're all working with lots of technology. I want to make sure he can hear. Is that working? Okay, so you would change channel, probably. So, all right. Okay. So the GEF in the new Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, first of all, we have a target that 20% of the resources coming from the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund are supporting actions by, and that's a very important way to say it, actions by Indigenous peoples and local communities. It's not people for, on behalf of, but actions by Indigenous peoples and local communities. And it was actually the Brazilian government that first put that proposal out there in the negotiation. And so one of the first projects, we had 4 projects in our first round, and one of the first projects was, and simply put, supporting PGTAs, supporting these plans. And the thing that, to me, this is direct financing. Sometimes we can ask, what does direct exactly mean? But in this we are, and maybe I'll see if you guys agree with me, in this the government put forward the project, or supported this project, that would fund the plans, would fund supplies that you need, things that you need to be able to implement your own plans. And that shows how important those plans are, because those plans were developed by the communities themselves, the territories themselves, in the work that they want to, for the work you want to do. They represent the whole process that needs to happen, so the process can happen in your way, on your timeline, all of which is very important. There are good reasons why the GEF tries to move projects faster, why many organizations are we need to get the money out the door, right? We need to get the money on the ground. So what something like a PGTA provides is the plan, the way, what should we do? So we don't have to quite at the beginning figure out all the details, make sure, because all of it has been consulted. All of it is there, and it simply says, now we will support the defenders. We will defend the defenders, provide them what they need to be there on their own territories in their own lands. And so this provides a really important model. I've been pointing anyone who will listen to me to this project, because I think that it provides a good model for what we should be looking for in the future. And it's a way for direct funding within how the GEF works as a big multilateral institution to say we will fund their plans, their support with partners they have chosen and are consistent partners. There's many principles of what makes it direct access. And so that's what we're trying to provide. I think we need some help getting governments to go along with this. It's not always the most popular thing with certain governments to say, yes, we are going to provide that support that the Indigenous communities want in any number of ways. We also have something called the Inclusive Conservation Initiative, which is actually direct funding from a JEF agency, through a JEF agency, to Indigenous peoples-led organizations. FENAMAD is one that maybe some of the colleagues on here know that is receiving funds. It is an Indigenous federation for the work that they want to do. And so that even has the aspect, so it has projects all over the world in 13 countries with the aspect that the grantees themselves are the steering committee for the project. So once the project got started, they are the ones making the decision about what's some of the work that's going to be done, globally by the project. There's resources to, do some education, have fellowships. They are the ones taking that decision. We had Indigenous leaders help design it or provide a lot of direction in designing it. And then now we actually have the grantees themselves doing that. So that provides another example or another strategy. But I think to me, it's more resources from all sources. We hear that a lot if you're in the negotiations, from all sources. But I think we need to be looking for that. And I think that's where, for anyone who wants to get out there and support, that's where these PGTAs are so key, is that what people are looking to do, what is their own plan. And that's such a key part of how we approach things. So I want to thank you, because it really is such a great example of what can be done with GBFF resources. Other countries could also do this with their JEF resources. Nothing's stopping you. There are really great opportunities for what we can do. And I think I'm really grateful to all of the work that you have done, because it has been decades, right, of work to get to the point where we have these mechanisms, these frameworks, in order to then be able to put the resources out. And I hope we can move faster in some other countries to be able to take this forward. And so thank you for providing that example and for all the work that you are doing. We're really honored to have some little piece of it and some way of supporting. So that's I think that's what we have to be thinking about, as we say each piece, how do we fund directly? How do we as donors, anyone out there, how do you work better? How do you fund better? Look at the principles of what direct finance means and do better on these things. So you score yourself. Maybe you can't do exactly, it's hard for us to give money directly to Koyavi or something like that, but we can make sure that it is their plan that's, a community's plan, territory's plan that's getting implemented by them.
Thank you so much. Palmas. O nosso tempo está praticamente acabando, mas eu não podia encerrar sem abrir para pelo menos uma pergunta da audiência. Então, se alguém quiser fazer uma pergunta, por favor, uma pergunta, um comentário, uma palavra, por favor, fiquem à vontade. Dou-lhe uma, dou-lhe duas, dou-lhe três. Então eu volto aqui para... perdão, desculpe. Por favor, se você puder falar o seu nome e a sua instituição, agradecemos.
Boa tarde, eu sou Ana Luísa, da WCS. Gostaria de perguntar para o Juan. Podem entender português? Quero fazer uma pergunta para Juan. Se pode compartilhar como se hace em Colômbia para repassar recursos do governo para a implementação de los planes de vida. ¿Se entende?
Muchas gracias. Sí, realmente, digamos, lo mismo que ha venido sucediendo en muchos países, en Colombia, a través, digamos, del movimiento indígena amazónico y colombiano, se ha logrado poder hacer un diálogo directo desde el gobierno indígena con el gobierno nacional de Colombia, y hemos logrado, digamos, por ejemplo, en el caso de las entidades territoriales indígenas, a través del decreto 632, es un decreto donde los compañeros a través de unos consejos territoriales indígenas administran sus recursos, ¿cierto?, a través del Sistema General de Participaciones, y lo que se hace es que se crea unidades administrativas dentro de los territorios y las organizaciones indígenas, y de esta manera, digamos, pueden ejecutar y administrar los recursos. Esto pues no ha sido fácil, es una lucha, no es un regalo del gobierno, es, digamos, prácticamente es el reclamar los derechos, ¿sí? Es exigir que se cumplan los derechos que la Constitución Política desde el 91 pues nos da ese reconocimiento como entidades territoriales indígenas, ¿sí? Por eso cuando nosotros nos dirigimos al gobierno nacional, lo hacemos como del gobierno indígena al gobierno nacional. Entonces ha sido un mecanismo que nos ha dado el resultado, y por eso en este momento tenemos lo que les decía, el plan de vida que siempre lo hemos tenido, digamos, históricamente, oralmente, a través digamos, del direccionamiento de nuestros abuelos, y que ahora en Colombia se ha convertido en una herramienta de planificación, una herramienta a pesar de que es construida por nosotros, se ha tenido en cuenta desde el gobierno para planificar las actividades, un instrumento muy importante para nosotros, precisamente porque ahí plasmamos todo el sistema de conocimiento de nuestros pueblos. Okay.
Muitas gracias, Juan. Bien, nosso tempo praticamente acabou, e então uma última palavra, uma última rodada aqui com a mesa. Eu gostaria de saber de cada um de vocês, assim, coisa rápida, em 1 minuto, aquela coisa que vem na cabeça, mas que é uma meta, a meta de vocês aqui na COP. Qual resolve para os povos indígenas? Me ha escuchado, Juan? ¿Sí? Empieza contigo, ¿vale?
Sí, realmente siempre hemos existido la gobernabilidad y la gobernanza en nuestros territorios. Las ganancias que tenemos, digamos, ha sido a nivel local, pero a nivel mundial muchos países no reconocen la gobernanza territorial de los pueblos indígenas, y eso es lo que queremos. No solo va a ser una financiación directa, sino también la autonomía y la gobernanza de nuestros territorios. Eso es lo que queremos, que desde la COP, precisamente para seguir conservando la biodiversidad y el cuidado de la vida, no solo del territorio, no solo de nosotros como seres humanos, sino la vida del mundo entero.
Caigan, contigo. O que você espera da COP para os povos indígenas?
Eu espero, porque o Brasil é um continente, né? Com 6 biomas. E ele não pode ser só um participante de uma COP. Ele tem que ter um papel grande dentro de uma COP, principalmente como a COP da biodiversidade. Com decisões, com negociações certas. Então não podemos ser só uns participantes.
Fala bem perto do microfone para que a Sara escute.
Não podemos ser mais participantes somente da COP da biodiversidade. Porque temos 7 biomas brasileiros, 6 biomas brasileiros. Então ser só participante para nós é muito pouco. Precisamos ser decisivos dentro da COP da biodiversidade, assim como a COP Clima e outros eventos internacionais. É isso.
Toy, agora com você.
Bom, tem várias questões, né? Uma delas é que os estados reconheçam, né, os fundos indígenas como um mecanismo, né, próprio dos povos indígenas para a captação dos recursos, né? Eu acho que se os estados reconhecerem isso, nós já temos um meio caminho andado para implementação do PGTA. A outra é que os estados reconheçam, né, o trabalho que os povos indígenas fazem na defesa das florestas, da biodiversidade. E aí os recursos que entrem para os povos indígenas entrem como uma bonificação do trabalho que os povos indígenas já fazem, não como um recurso que vá fazer a política do governo. É isso que eu espero. E a outra, claro, é que os estados reconheçam, né, a demarcação dos territórios indígenas ou a titulação como uma política climática, né? E uma política da biodiversidade também, para que a gente consiga realmente ter os nossos territórios demarcados.
Muito
Obrigado.
bom. Sara?
This is a little bit of a complicated question for me because we receive guidance from the COP. We are not supposed to say what we want out of the COP, but there is so much energy and just presence of Indigenous peoples in this COP in a way that we have never had before at the CBD. And my hope is that this helps push the decisions in a good direction. And that, you know, this, I knew, I came for the Trua Summit, which was something on traditional knowledge, and I said, this is going to be a powerful COP. Thanks to the brothers and sisters from Colombia for coming in force, for everyone to come in force. And so this is to influence those decisions, to make it realistic, real, make it real.
E eu digo que todos juntos podemos fazer a diferença. Muito obrigada a todos.